and it applies to political office seekers and, of course, political office holders. And we digress a little bit looking at the issues surrounding the NYSC certificate forgery. The NYSC certificate forgery that is being peddled by the presidential candidate of the NDC, former vice president of the country, Atiku Abubakar. Of course, this, again, you may say, is in news because we have this thrown up in the 2023, prior to the 2023 presidential election. And of course, even election litigations, this popped up. But again, the second bid of the president is also raising concerns as regards the NYSC certificate. Was it forged or was it not? But well, as we digress into that aspect, it's quite awesome to know that we have a legal practitioner here to help us look into it. What is certificate forgery? And at what point can we say it could affect election, or it could affect political office seekers, from being qualified to go ahead with such seeking of offices? Or at what point can we say those who occupy the offices already can be disqualified and then made to be ousted from offices? Joining me is Emmanuel Obakpolo. Good to have you join me, Emmanuel.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, we're going to be looking at this. Basically, first of all, let's look at what certificate forgery is, and then how can we say it applies to office holders and, of course, political office seekers.
Now, when we look at certificate forgery under the criminal law jurisdiction is an offense which goes with prosecution under the criminal jurisdiction. Both the criminal code and the penal code frowns at certificate forgery, and both laws deem certificate forgery to be an offense. But with regards to office seekers, political office seekers, or political office holders, the Constitution in section 138 does provide that certificate forgery is a ground for disqualification.
Okay, but what is certificate forgery?
Certificate forgery is the acquisition or the getting of a certificate that the holder of that certificate is not the true owner or is not qualified to have that certificate.
Okay.
As at when that certificate was said to be his or hers, as the case may be. Now, with what I have said, with respect to the criminal jurisdiction and the civil aspect of certificate forgery, the Constitution in section 138 provides for grounds for disqualification on a office seeker to the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When a candidate in an election forges a certificate, the Constitution provides that it is a ground to disqualify that person. Simply put, that certificate forgery with respect to political office seekers is a pre-election matter and not a post-election matter.
Okay.
You get it, sir? Now, one of the drama that took place at the Supreme Court in 2023, wherein the Supreme Court arrived at the conclusion that the purported allegation of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu tendering a forged certificate was a pre-election matter. 1. 2, that that matter, that certificate forgery matter, did not come up at the trial court, which was the tribunal, but only came up, I think, at the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. So,
but it ought to have been a pre-election matter or case.
Yes, pre-election matters with what the Constitution provides for is pre-election matter. And under the Electoral Acts of 2022, Section 134 of that law also provides that certificate forgery is a ground for disqualification under the Electoral Act 2022. But just now, the extant Electoral Act 2026, Section 137, is silent on certificate forgery as a ground for disqualification of a person seeking the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay, when you say the Electoral Act is silent, what do you mean?
What it simply means, it does not make provision for certificate forgery as a ground for disqualification.
Wow.
It's silent. Like I did say, under Section 134 of the Electoral Act 2022, certificate forgery is a ground for disqualification to a person seeking the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Constitution, Section 138, provides that certificate forgery is a ground for disqualification.
That's the Constitution.
To the office of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But the Electoral Act 2026 is silent on it. The question now is
a big one is how did we arrive here? Because if the Electoral Act is not in tandem with the Constitution and that of the 2026 as the case establishes, it could show a lot of lapses. And how did the lapses find their way into the Electoral Act?
Well, to my mind and the knowledge of the law, little law that I know, I do not see it as a lapse or lapses.
You don't see it as a lapse?
Yes, I do not see it as such.
For the Electoral Act to be silent?
Yes. The question is why?
Exactly.
Because the Constitution already makes provision for it.
Okay.
And the Constitution gives life to the Electoral Act.
So whatever the Electoral Act is silent over, as long as the Constitution has provisions for it, the Constitution takes preeminence.
It's okay. Even where the Constitution provides for it that certificate forgery is a ground for disqualification for a candidate seeking the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Electoral Act goes to say no, certificate forgery is not a ground for disqualification. The question now is, which of these two laws takes preeminence? By virtue of the provision of Section 1, subsection 3 of the Constitution, extant Constitution, so any law that is inconsistent with this Constitution, that law will null and void. Meaning the Constitution is superior.
Oh, okay, let's see how these investigations can be followed. Most especially as an allegation has been leveled against a very principal officer, the #1 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Like I said earlier, we had this challenge. We were on this voyage, prior to 2023, or even post-election matters, and of course, that didn't pull through. But again, how can such matters be prosecuted? Most especially as regards finding out if this certificate was actually forged or not. Because at the point we have the one that is before the electoral umpire, which bears the name of the president as Tinubu Bola Adekunle, and then separately from his name, which is Ahmed Bola Tinubu. So how can such cases be established and be deduced as forgery?
Before the judgment of the courts in the 2023 election matters, there was this phrase, all eyes on judiciary. And at the close of the day, when the court arrived at its conclusion and delivered that judgment, Nigerians, many Nigerians, left the matter to public courts and public opinion. I see this matter that is before the court again as another acid test to test the judiciary, to know how independent, how separate the Nigerian judiciary has been under this democratic dispensation. That's why I fear whether or not the court will either lack the courage or have the courage to handle this matter in line with the laws, particularly the constitutional provisions. I fear for the judiciary.
What could make you have that fear?
Yes, because one, the question of local standing may arise, that what is the interest of the candidate of the African Democratic Congress with respect to the matter on ground. One. Two, the court may say, I don't want to preempt the court, that it is a candidate of the All Progressive Congress that contested with the president in the primaries that ought to bring up all of these issues, and not a candidate of another political party. I see it going that way.
Oh, okay.
Now, it is unfortunate that we have pretty good laws, but the application and the execution of the pretty good laws raises questions that may not have answers under this democratic dispensation.
Okay. If I'm to take your mind back at a time where these issues came up as post-election matters or litigation?
Pre-election.
Okay, pre-election matters. Well, okay, but at what point again can the constitutional provisions be made to, catch up with those who are found to be guilty? Or at what point can we say such cases can be raised? Is it prior to the election or after elections? Because we established just now that there are pre-election matters, so which means they can be raised prior to elections.
Yes.
So what made the previous case, what made it fail in that of the 2023 presidential elections?
I said it already that, one, it was not a question before the court at the tribunal. It wasn't raised at the tribunal.
Okay.
It only came in through the back door.
So it has to be raised at the tribunal.
Tribunal first.
It can, okay.
That was one. So it became a post-election matters, because already the winner had been declared.
Which shouldn't be. It should have been a pre-election
matters.
Okay.
And I think that maybe that is the reason why the candidate is bringing it now.
Yes.
That hence the court said,
because it was tested then.
Yes. Hence the court said, because of so condition.
Okay.
Defects that the court took so decision. Now we are bringing it before the court. But again, like I did say, is I fear for the judiciary. Whether the judiciary will have the courage to so do, especially now that we have allegations where this administration is building mansions as house gift to the judiciary.
Let's not play sentiments to that, because obviously there are a lot of sentiments that could pop up in that direction. But again, don't these judges really earn it?
If we are to go by the tradition of the law and the sacredness of the judicial officers and the rules that regulate the activities of a judicial officer or judicial officers, it is not the government that should build houses for them. Because we have 3 tiers of government.
So you mean it's not the executive arm?
Executive arm shouldn't build houses.
Otherwise, the government can, but not the executive arm.
No.
What are you talking about?
No.
So it should be left strictly domiciled at the judicial arm of the government. Okay.
You can do that. But here we are again in another snare, wherein we do not know how we may come out of this quagmire.
Okay, but if you are saying that, that could be presumptive. Because we basically wouldn't want to go deeper or delve deeper into it. We will allow the court to establish that. But again, let's look at, generally, for certificate forgery, if such candidates are being prosecuted and then they are convicted for it, what happens to such election or political office seekers?
Like I did tell you, the president may not be charged for certificate forgery. The reason is because he has immunity. You cannot charge him. From a criminal jurisdiction, you cannot charge him.
He doesn't have immunity for life. So even if the case is started at the expiration of the immunity, it can be whipped up.
Is it not when a same government that comes up that follow rules and say, okay, let us see what happened so time, so day, so epoch? Is it not when?
Oh no, but irrespective, let's establish it that immunity has an expiration.
It does, but just now it cannot happen because of the immunity. That is the other side.
Okay.
On a civil ground, which has to do with elections. Election is a civil, is civil. That's why I say go and exercise your civic rights.
Okay.
Now the matter has come again before the court with respect to certificate forgery. And I have stated the provisions of the law. I'll be able to opine legally what the Constitution provides for, what the Electoral Act 2022 provided for, and what the Extant Electoral Act 2026 provides for. That then this act is silent. But again, hence the Constitution has been able to put it as a ground for disqualification. Those who have gone to court are acting on a constitutional responsibility.
All right.
And it is civil. But again, whether the courts will be able to gather courage to look at the matters or the matter before it
Judiciously
and judicially.
Okay.
It's another ball game.
Okay, but
whether there will not be need for the court to begin to ask questions on technical grounds.
You are trying to say, you are trying to look at the biases that may appear in this case. Is that what you're talking about?
It is not a bias.
Or you are looking at sentiments.
It is not a bias. It's
because
not sentiments.
you made mention of the houses, for instance, bid for the judges by the executive. So how do you connect?
I'm looking at the legal technicality that the courts may apply,
which is in tandem with the law.
Yes,
there are technicalities. Not
technicality. We are no longer in the era of technicality judicially.
I don't understand.
Just now, the courts France are technicalities.
Okay.
Just now, and the emergence of the administration of criminal justice law has been able to put to an end the era of technicalities.
But aren't technicalities rooted in the law?
Before now, the answer is a yes.
Okay.
But just now, the courts discourage technicalities.
Is it by precedents or how?
We already have precedents. We already have judicial precedents on that.
Okay. Okay.
That technicality shouldn't be it, because technicality can give birth to injustice. But because it came from a technical ground, the court will say yes. So the court try to look at matters holistically.
All right.
As simple as they are.
Okay, let it not be like the more you look, the less you see. Well, just in case you just coming across this show, it's Law and You, and we are looking at certificate forgery. It applies to political office seekers and holders, and of course, the issues surrounding the ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and that of the president on this storm. Well, we'll take a short break, after which we will be extending the frontiers of the discussion. Do stay. Great to have you join us once again. Well, I still have my guest with me, Emmanuel Obapolo, and I am Philip Omo-Gyupon. Let's go stricto sensu. If the court finds such persons guilty that have been accused, I mean the accused guilty, what could be the penalty for political office seekers separately and political office holders?
Disqualification.
Just disqualification? Because this is a criminal case.
It isn't.
If we can have armed robbers, sentenced to jail for years or killed by capital punishment or whatever.
I did tell you.
What separates politicians from
this is on a civil ground.
Oh.
Political matters are civil.
Civil. But certificate forgery.
With respect
allow me to use the word certificate forgery.
With respect to elections.
Oh, really? But certificate has been forged.
With respect,
no. With respect to elections, this certificate has been forged.
That is
not if the court so deem it and see that such certificates are forged. Such certificates, underline, not necessarily that of the president or any political office holder or seekers, but if it's established that such certificates are forged, isn't that justiciable to treat that issue, underline, forgery, separately?
Criminally?
Yes.
The answer is a yes.
So what are we not doing?
The answer is a yes. But then, I want to take your mind back. In this country, once upon a time, a former Minister of Finance, the person of Kemi Adeosu, was said to have forged her NYSC certificate. Was she tried? Was she prosecuted?
Questions.
If a minister couldn't have been prosecuted, do you not think a president, sitting president, can be prosecuted?
On certificate forgery.
The only thing we had, as at that time, she quietly resigned and went back abroad. Nobody raised the issue of her prosecution or trial.
Okay, but if it was non-political, for instance, if you were to try let me use the word.
If it would be an ordinary Nigerian,
let's use that.
This same government,
what could be the penalty?
This government will prosecute that person and send the person to prison
for years.
Yes.
Wow.
So that's why
is this justice?
It's injustice to the people of Nigeria. That's why I did say that looking at this matter from a political ground, you cannot consider the criminal jurisdiction of it. You cannot. Because this certificate forgery is both civil and criminal.
But as it applies to
political office
holders and seekers,
different body.
It's not seen as criminal.
They will tell you that they arrive at a political settlement of the matter.
Okay, there's a political settlement. Okay, probably that's what happened. Okay, can we revisit the provisions of the law? Because we keep hearing about reforms. and how to make sure we bring sanity, to the minds of the law or whatever. How we can make sure that all of these issues surrounding inadequacies that we might have been picking, with the provision of the Constitution or the Electoral Act, it's really dealt with accordingly. Do you see possible reforms going forward?
With the crop of legislatures we have now, I do not see it. Because, come to think of it, let me ask the question. The Electoral Act 2022 captures certificate forgery as a ground for disqualification of a political office holder or political office seeker as a ground of disqualification. Now, the extant law, Electoral Act 2026, is not silent. Is that a reform? The answer is a no.
All right, thank you very much for taking our time to be part of this. We do this same time next week. I am Philip Omo Gupon. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for joining me on this week's edition of the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Every week, we bring you stories on the environment so you can take action to protect, to preserve, and to conserve the environment. Let's go. A new study reveals that for the first time, areas of Canada's boreal peatlands damaged by oil and gas exploration have failed to recover, as scientists and companies predicted, and instead led to a tripling of their methane emissions with global implications. Long parts called seismic lines are cut into the landscape to accommodate surveying equipment. Researchers from the Faculty of Environment at the University of Waterloo measured methane gas from plant stems or the soil surface. They discovered that methane emissions in seismic lines were 300% higher in the bogs and were close to 200 in the fens compared to emissions from undisturbed sections of peatland. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that traps heat in the atmosphere. And as a global warming accelerates, changing conditions in boreal peatlands will increase the rate of climate change and the scale of its devastating effects. The impact is already unprecedented, with a network of seismic lines in Alberta extensive enough to wrap around the Earth 9 times. Similar damage occurs across the boreal regions in the United States, Russia, and of course, the Scandinavia. The Nigerian Navy has frustrated renewed attempts by economic saboteurs to re-establish illegal refining operations in Rivers State. This is contained in an operational report by the Director of Naval Information, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, on Sunday, June 14, 2026, in Abuja. According to Folorunsho, the operation was carried out by personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Pathfinder under Operation Delta Sentinel. He revealed that during the operation, naval personnel uncovered 2 illegal refining sites comprising 8 dug-out pits and reservoirs containing approximately 15,000 liters of suspected stolen crude oil and 105,000 liters of suspected illegally refined automotive gas oil, AGO. Independent laboratory testing commissioned by the African Center for Biodiversity, ACB, has found that pesticide residues are widespread in commonly consumed foods sold in South African supermarkets, including staple foods, fresh fruits and vegetables, and several products intended for infants and young children. The findings are set out in a new briefing based on independent South African National Accreditation System, SANA's accredited laboratory analysis of 43 everyday food products purchased between November 2025 and January 2026. The briefing presents verifiable residue data and examines how those findings compare with South African Codex Alimentarius, European Union, and default regulatory benchmarks. Importantly, the briefing does not allege unlawful conduct by food producers or retailers, nor does it seek to quantify individual health risks. It provides an evidence base to inform public discussion and regulatory review of pesticide residues in food. Key findings include 1.86% of products tested contained at least one detectable pesticide residue on the applied analytical panels. 2. Multiple residues were common, with 37 different pesticide active ingredients detected across the sample set. 1 widely consumed tomato sauce contained 14 different residues. 13 highly hazardous pesticides, HHPS, substances internationally recognized for their intrinsic toxicity, were detected in 26 individual instances, including staple foods and foods consumed by children. 13 product pesticide combinations exceeded at least one applicable regulatory maximum residue limit or benchmarks, including South African MRLS, EU limits, Codex standards or the default precautionary level of 0.01 milligram per kilogram. Again for rejoining us on Environment Watch on Independent Television, where we'll bring you up-to-date information that you need to know on what you can do to protect, preserve, and of course conserve the environment. And I'm your host, Sonny Duke Okosun. The Ebola outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo virus continues to expand in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, with the health authorities reporting rising infections and deaths as regional response efforts intensify. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the DRC had recorded 676 confirmed cases and 136 deaths as of June 10, 2026. Health officials say the outbreak is evolving rapidly with increasing case numbers and wider geographic spread. Uganda has also reported cases linked to the outbreak in the DRC. As of June 11, the country had confirmed 19 cases, including 2 deaths, as well as 1 probable case that resulted in death. WHO said Uganda's outbreak remains epidemiologically linked to transmission originating in the DRC, with evidence of both imported infections and secondary transmission among contact and healthcare workers. However, Ugandan authorities have not reported any new cases in the past 6 days, suggesting that ongoing containment measures may be helping to slow the spread of the disease. National authorities in both countries, working with WHO and other partners, are implementing a comprehensive response that includes surveillance, contact tracing, laboratory testing, case management, infection prevention and control measures, risk communication, and community engagement. A regional preparedness and prioritization framework is also guiding readiness activities across Africa to reduce the risk of further spread. Health experts continue to stress the importance of early detection and rapid isolation of suspected cases and strict adherence to infection prevention protocols. Bundibugyo virus is one of the species of Ebola virus that causes Ebola disease in humans. The disease can lead to severe illness and death, with symptoms including fever, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, vomiting, and diarrhea. As negotiations at the SB64 Climate Change Conference reached their midpoint in Bonn, the least developed countries LDC group has issued a stark warning: climate change is no longer a looming threat but a lived reality that is eroding development gains and pushing vulnerable nations to the brink. Speaking at a conference on Friday, June 12, 2026, Ambassador Adao Suarez Barbosa, Special Envoy and Ambassador at the Large for Climate Affairs for Timor-Leste and Chair of the LDC Group, underscored the urgency facing the 44 countries that make up the bloc. Despite contributing least to global greenhouse gas emissions, he said LDCs shoulder a disproportionate share of the consequences from intensifying climate impacts to mounting economic pressure. Still on the ongoing conference on climate change in Bonn, in a press conference on Friday, the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy, talking about Israel Oreca, amongst other stakeholders, have called on countries with the highest pollution to ensure that other countries who have lower emissions do not feel more of the impact and the pangs of global emission, with the challenges relating to greenhouse gas emissions and of course climate change. Called on stronger collaboration among government agencies, media organizations, civil society groups and communities to address climate-induced flooding and environmental degradation across Nigeria. The call was made during the monthly climate hangout in Kaduna, where scientists, environmentalists, researchers, journalists, among others, came together to discuss and learn more about climate change and ways to prevent or mitigate its effects. A lecturer from the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources Engineering, Kaduna Polytechnic, Mrs. Halima Haruna, described rain as both a blessing and a revealer of environmental neglect. According to her, rainfall naturally supports farming, vegetation, and livestock, but also exposes the damaging effects of poor environmental practices carried out before the rainy season. Haruna said practices such as indiscriminate waste disposal, environmental pollution, and open defecation contributed to flooding and contamination of water sources during rainfall. She explained that many residents were unaware of the environmental consequences of their daily activities. Change, land use, and water use are significantly altering the global freshwater cycle at an increasing pace. This produces more widespread and frequent dry and wet periods, pushing freshwater systems further beyond its planetary boundary, according to a new study published in Nature Communications, led by researchers at the University of Eastern Finland, with contributions from Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK. The study provides an updated assessment of the planetary boundary for freshwater change and identifies the key drivers of its accelerating transgression at both global and regional scales. The findings show that climate change, together with large-scale land and water use, is pushing the freshwater cycle further away from stable state as defined by the planetary boundary for freshwater change. This boundary is already considered to be transgressed, reflecting a long-term trend that jeopardizes the freshwater cycle's ability to support vital climate and ecological earth system processes. Using data from 1901 to 2019 and an ensemble of global hydrological models, the researchers analyzed quantitative changes in both blue water in rivers, lakes, and groundwater, and green water in soils around the world, distinguishing between the effects of human activities through the land and water use and the effects through human-induced climate change on dry and wetland anomalies. Urban planning needs to tackle greenhouse gas emissions, and an important way to achieve this is by reducing the number and length of car commuters. This can be achieved primarily by ensuring that homes are located close to city centers and workplaces, so that well-targeted building densification becomes a critical lever. Citywide population density and transport links are of secondary importance. These are the findings of a new study in Environmental Research Letters led by the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK, in collaboration with the University of California, Berkeley, the University of Sussex, and other partners. Using 10 million mobility data points from Berlin, Boston, and Los Angeles, the San Francisco Bay Area, Rio de Janeiro, and Bogota, the research team was able to reveal direct links between urban structure and car commuting with unprecedented detail beyond mere correlations. The newly developed approach shows how planners can use GPS data, travel patterns, and artificial intelligence AI to determine where in the metropolitan region a particular measure will have the greatest impact. NNPC Limited and security agencies have intensified efforts to curb pipeline vandalism and protect critical energy infrastructure following a joint inspection of a vandalized. NNPC Limited said the joint inspection followed the arrest of 3 suspected pipeline vandals in Piri and Pai communities in Kwale Area Council, Abuja. The renewed commitment was demonstrated during the joint inspection of a vandalized section of the Nigerian Pipelines and Storage Company NPSC pipeline at the Pai community. The inspection was conducted by the Industry-Wide Security Architecture IWSA, NPSC, the Office of the National Security Advisor, ONSA, and Special Prosecution Team, the FCT Police Command, and the Nigerian Army, as well as other security stakeholders. Speaking during the inspection, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Bashir Ojulari, described the arrest as a significant breakthrough in the efforts to dismantle criminal networks behind attacks on oil and gas facilities. Ojulari, represented by the Chief Interface Officer, NNPC Limited, Mr. Tahiru Sani Gwozo, said the suspects were only a fraction of a larger syndicate engaged in the sabotage of the nation's energy infrastructure. The removal of CO, that is carbon monoxide, from the atmosphere is considered an important tool in the fight against climate change, but has so far been an energy-intensive and expensive process. Now, researchers have developed a new method that efficiently binds carbon dioxide and releases it again using only a small amount of energy. The starting materials are provided by waste products from dairy and soy processing. In order to stabilize global warming at less than 1.5 degrees Celsius in the long term, there is a need not only for a drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emission, but also for technologies to remove and store hundreds of billions of tons of carbon dioxide, CO2, from the atmosphere. This is also the underlying basis of the scenarios set out in the latest assessment report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. 4 years, research groups and startups have therefore been working on ways to remove CO2 directly from the air, a process known as direct air capture. The company Climeworks, which was founded as an ETH spin-off in 2009, is one of the world's first commercial providers of DAC. To this day, however, the direct removal of CO2 from the air remains an energy-intensive and expensive process. And that's a wrap on this week's edition of the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us same time next week. Until then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
was I know good everyone won't be more. And now when you buy me, I'm way away, John. That's why you're doing it. Okay, look at you and John. We are Nadia, put you Nadia over here. But when you were in that. And your baby, you got my baby, sir. You do now. Over to work with one, sir.
Go sign us.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
But don't go
We can go to problem. Yes, sir.
I want Jim or was it?
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Let's talk about youth in politics. Are youth now being considered as campaign tools, or they are real decision makers when it comes to election? Because during campaigns they are seen everywhere, during rally they are seen, even on the posters they are seen, on social media, off social media, on social media they are tweeting, off social media they are still talking about it, and not just talking about it, but rather they want to be part of the political space. They want to get involved in politics. They want to occupy some vital positions. As they say, youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but it seems that the leaders of tomorrow want to take the future now. So let's go talk to persons and hear what they have to say about youth in politics. Are they campaign tools, or they are real decision makers? I am Caroline Okonji on Viewpoint.
I think youth should be given a chance. Unlike before, when there was apathy to youth in politics, where it was perceived that only those who have supposedly washed their hands very clean are the ones that should participate in the political space. But right now, there's a paradigm shift. There's a hunger for youth involvement. But I think also that the youth are not getting it right. You see that a lot of youths who have come up to say they want to participate in politics are either being greedy, or they cannot even put themselves together. You know, the problem we are having is the political maturity and ability to carry power. Many people still have not been able to grasp it. There's always a parable I make every time. To whom much power is given, greater responsibility also follows. The ability for you to manage power, either political or spiritual power or whatever, depends on your ability, the ability you have. For example, like myself, I was very, very young. I was around 29 years old when Goodluck Jonathan picked me up and started to nurture me politically through the help of Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, the Sultan. So when we ask, why is the Northerner helping you? Yes, generally you see that a Northerner is somebody that likes to help people grow. You know, and you look at it also, you see that those people who are participating in politics majorly are northern youths. You know, we have more northern youths participating in politics than southern youths. The reason is because the northerners usually like to project their own. They like to make or help the younger ones to grow, you know. But here in the south, we like to push the younger ones down, and we want to have it all. But I think that once that happens, it is now left for the proactive youth who was not invited to the table, but for him to now bring his own table or his own chair and put on the table. You know, so if they don't invite you to the table, then you bring your chair and sit in the table. I think that is what's going to happen in 2027. The youths are getting warmed up, but I will advise caution, because most of the youths that, like I said, are coming up now, they are either money driven or power driven. You must be people driven. That is what leadership is all about. You know, how can they trust you with an office, for example, as small as special assistant, and then you are embezzling there in that small office, as small as that office is? So these are the things we are talking about. How can you be trusted with power? How can you be trusted with an office of the governor that control trillions of naira, when you cannot even control thousands of naira and then be accountable for it? So my advice for the youth: accountability. should be their watchword. Number 2, they must be selfless. You must be selfless. The youth should warm up and then come into politics. And then also the older ones should also make room for the youth and also mentor them. Mentorship. Like I have some people now who call me leader. It's not just to call me leader. No. I mentor those people. I show them how politics is being played, and not the dirty politics. Politics that has to do with responsibility, So, I think the youth will get it right this time. The youth who are mainly involved in politics as we speak are not people who can be used as campaign tools. But then we should get something clearly. Everybody say I'm a politician. Who is really a politician? A politician is not just somebody who plays politics. You can come in as somebody from the motor park, as one of those people they give 5,000 naira to go and scatter ballot boxes. You call yourself a politician. Some people can come in as those people who they see in wards when we go to ward meetings. And then when we are leaving, we share 20,000 for them. And then they say, Rankadede. They call themselves politicians. Why some people who are kingmakers, who neither hold any political office, nor are involved in money, they are kingmakers. These are the politicians. These are the main political figures that you should respect, But then there are some people also who hold public office by voting or by appointment. Then those people are also politicians. So you can see there are many strata the politicians fall into. But however, I'm talking about those people who are kingmakers, and I'm talking about those people who have held political office either by election or by appointment. These are the people I'm talking about here. And I think that the youths who fall in this category of people, I think they are doing well. And I don't think they can be used as tools to shortchange the future of the incoming generation.
There is a saying that youth are leaders of tomorrow. And today was yesterday's tomorrow. So if youth are leaders of tomorrow, it then means therefore that when they are involved in politics of today, they are defining their tomorrow. In other words, the involvement of youth in politics in Nigeria today is the best thing that can happen to the country, because if you want to invest, you invest in the youth, the upcoming ones, so that the top will not be extinct. If you don't get the youth engaged in active politics, and the older ones that eventually fade off, how do you fill the gap? Therefore, it is very, very important that we allow the youth to participate and make themselves useful. And if you check the government of our performing governor, Senator Monday Ukpebo, you will find out that almost 60% of the persons in the government are youths. And that is because they believe they have something to offer. The earlier they start to participate in governance, the better. So to me, involving youths in politics in any country, not only Nigeria, is the best investment you can make. To me, no youth worth his name or his presence in this world will turn himself to a tool, except if from the beginning he chooses to be a tool. And in other words, if you are a youth and you believe in participating in politics, yes, in every leadership there is followership, but that followership does not mean you are a tool. It may be a way of pupillage. It may also be a way of learning the ropes, so that when the older ones are getting off the stage, then you come in. Therefore, no youth that knows his worth and his creation will turn himself to a tool in the hands of others. And in any case, politics has gone dynamic, has gone quite very on the populist side, to the extent that you can no longer go into brigandage to gain power. You must be grassroots oriented. You must be in tune with the people at the grassroots, And you must know what the people are talking about and what they need, so that when eventually you come forward to say you want to vie for a public office, they know you and you know them. If they accept you, you go. If they don't accept you, even if you hired all the tools, you will not get it.
We need young people at the age of 40, 50 who can also work for us as a leadership in a federal constituency. Someone that is representing us like Charity Agobawerian. He is the one that also came here before to renovate our 6 classroom from primary school. He did it, and he also gave us a borehole. Someone like that, if he's going to a power, we can still support him. We want young people. We want them to be in politics so that they can also support their whole community where they came from. Because if we have 1 or 2, 3, they see councillor, then see other House of Assembly, House of Rep. We have them chairman in Ovia. If we have a young man that can also be there, they can take care of the community or the various community they came from. They want to do something for community. We have to be happy with the leader of the community. They should give young people chance. They can rule, can also honor us, do things for us, what we want. By the time we announce, see what we want, they can also stand and say, okay, this thing that we measure, they will do it for us. We have to be happy with them if they can be able to come out.
If you watch the trend, youth are getting more involved in politics, especially this era of social media and all the rest. Before now, let's go to councillor, from councillor to chairmanship, local government elections. Before now, most of the councillors are our father's age mates, local government chairmen, even the houses of assembly. But if you go through it now, you'll find out that from the councillors to the local government chairmen, and most especially the houses of assembly, they are occupied by youth, vibrant youth, young men, because the consciousness is building up gradually. We are not where we want to be. We have not gotten there, but I don't think we are where we were before now. So it's a gradual thing. We're getting there, we're moving, and eventually we will get there. We're moving gradually. Youth are getting more involved in politics, and like I said, most of them are being used as campaign tools. But the era of where the old ones occupy the offices, rotate themselves in the offices, is gradually coming to an end, and in our time it will come to an end. So I don't want to peg it with age limit. When you are still vibrant, when you are still, it's advisable you get in at a young age, because if you say politics is dirty, the dirty men will decide even the food you eat at home. They'll decide your life. They'll decide how you walk on the street and all of that. So get involved and be a policy maker rather than waiting for them to make decisions, and you don't have choice but to obey. So I don't have a particular age limit. When this bill came to be not too young to rule, it was applauded. I applauded it, but I added that if they had only added a little clause, because yes, not too young to rule, but financially our elections are too expensive. They're too expensive, and it makes it difficult for young men like us to fully participate in it. So I think we'll get to a place where it will be effective, whereby the money you use in campaign can also be controlled. Now they started controlling the age limit. So we'll get there. It's all encompassing. We shouldn't leave it for those godfathers. Young people should be given opportunity, but young people with experience, not just any youth, will vie for certain positions. Certain positions should be given to experienced young people, because these offices are offices that need your agility, your vibrancy, your youthfulness. But it is not all youth that can sincerely occupy certain positions, else we'll go back to where we are coming from. So experience matters, experience counts, antecedents counts. when you come out to say I am vying for XYZ position, first and foremost, the first thing some of us look is your antecedents, irrespective of whether you're a youth or not. What have you done in the past? Have you been there? Are you able? Can you handle XYZ? So it's not just being young and vibrant. We should add experience to it.
If I want to take it globally, if you look at Africa or even West Africa, you've seen youths emerging as president of a whole country. And like you said, coming to Nigeria 2027, the youth has always formed the infantry of any elections. And they are the ones that defend the vote, they are the ones that stay on the elections, they are the ones that does all the mobilization, and at the end, they stay behind without coming out for elected positions. So in the recent times, we've seen an avalanche of youths coming out to seek elected positions. And like in Edo State, it has never been like this before. His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, has provided the greatest platform for youths to take up leadership positions. If you look at the last recently concluded Edo State local government elections, 2/3 of all the chairmanship positions that was won by my party were all youths. And that was not just an election. It demonstrated the fact that the youth have now seen it as a platform whereby they need to exhibit all their skills and also exhibit what they know that will be there to serve that youth populations. As they will say, it is he that wears the shoes that know where it pitches. As a youth, when you are at the aim of leadership, you know how to drive youth policies because you are in that constituency. So it's going to continue like that, whether as a lady or as a guy or as a man or a woman. The idea now is that every youth want to be on the driving seat. So even on the social media, even right in every platform, the majority of participants are youth. And it also reflects in the populations. We have over 60-70% of Nigerian population. So why do we need even to now leave the central power to our leaders? So we are ready, and the youth are taking that advantage. Initially, they were used as campaign tools, and that is the clothes that they've dropped now, that they don't want to be seen anymore as thugs or ballot snatchers. They now want to be the person on the ballot. They now want to be those that you are now going to be voting for. And that is why, whether in the local government, in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, youth are now taking up those elected positions. So they are now being voted for, not them carrying ballot papers or now being taken as thugs or mobilizers for other members of the society or the political class. So the youth are now taking the central stage by themselves now.
My point of view, it has been very clear from day one and still remain the way it is till tomorrow, is that it's very important and imperative for youth, a lot of youth, to participate in politics. Because politics is a way of life. Once you allow the mediocres to be in the aim of affair, they will make laws that will govern you. But thank God for the executive governor of Edo State, today Senator Monday Okpebholo. He has been doing very well in the area of appointing a lot of youth into various positions. E.g., for example, when you look at the chairmanship in the 18 local government across Edo State, most of them are all youths. They are less than 45 years old. When you look at his commissioners, he has one of the youngest commissioners in this country. He has a commissioner of less than 40 years old, commissioner of power, very young. Another commissioner, special advisor. Virtually, this administration, let me talk about the administration that I am part of as a serving councillor. I am still a youth compared to those olden days where you find a councillor 70 years, 60 years. But today, the paradigm shift have changed. The youths are now almost in charge of almost all the sectors in politics. When you go to the party structures, you see a lot of youths, but I see a few elders, and we like them so that they can put us to touch whenever we are going out of our way, because experience counts in everything you do. So, but basically, it is very important and imperative that youth, more youth, should come out and join politics. As 2027 draws closer, we find out, you take statistics that majority of those that will come out to vote, they are youths. And the last INEC registration in Edo State, over 70% of them that came out to registers, they are all youths. So it's very encouraging, and we are very happy for that development.
So far so good. We can be able to encourage our youth who is buoyant so that they can hold a position and have the people mind to do something right for the people. I want to let people know that they should give them their opportunity so that they can be in power, so that they can know what to do. It's not for the old people. What the youth can think, the old people cannot think it. I'm using this medium to let the government know that the youth are there to serve the country, to serve the community. And at the same time, they should stop using the youth. They cannot start using our youth. At the end of the day, we're dumping them. We want them to, they have to be fixed, so that at the end of the day, they can represent the community, so that they can have whatever they have in their mind, so that they can use it for the community, so that we can have a better development in our community. We need the youth this time around, so that they can know what we are missing it, so that they can know what they can do. I know that without a youth, the country can never be stand. That's why we need the youth. They have the capacity, they have the knowledge, they have the wisdom to fix so many things. We don't want the politicians to use our youth without giving them position. That is where we stand for. Like Dennis Idahosa is representing us, and he's a young person. See what he has done for us. He's the one that brought street lights for us in this community. Let them give young people opportunity so that they can be able to help us to fight. They know what the people want. They should be allowing young people to be in position so that things like this can be happen in our country.
A lot of our respondents talked about the fact that it is important that youth get into politics, and you as a young person who wants to occupy a political position, you must be ready to do so. If you must be a good politician, you must have to start now, and for the youths to be able to secure and occupy those vital political positions that they are eager and willing to occupy, they have to start political activities now. And occupying a political position, it is not by sentiment, it is not by what I want to do or what I want to say. You must be practical, you must be articulated, you must be accountable, you must be fair in your judgment, and you must be able to know how to manage funds in order for you to be able to occupy a political position. And not just to say as a youth you want to go into politics, you must also have to have that political experience. You have to get involved in order to be grounded in politics. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, with which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
And sure, it's another day, another time out on Woman to Woman. Yes, where we have the privilege to talk about things related to women. And you get to find a lot of women saying in the society, yes, they have more issues as regards, when it comes to the home front and all of that. All right, today on Woman to Woman, it's with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikokai. And we are urging all women out there to come close to their TV set, because they will definitely be, getting knowledge as far as Woman to Woman is concerned today. Now, the topic we have before you is coping with divorce and starting over. Now, a lot of persons will be of the notion, can anyone actually or ever cope with divorce and the startup? How is it like? You have the issue of you're getting married, you're happy, two shall become one, and all of a sudden you're already talking about divorce. Anyway, let's not go in properly right now. Let's introduce our guest today, and we have the person of Abigail Akobayi. She is a social welfare officer. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, now we're talking about coping with divorce and starting over. And in my own head, can anyone actually, overcome the issue of, we got married, to both families coming together, celebrating the union and everything, and all of a sudden, a year after, sometimes month after the celebration, you get them talking about divorce and all of that. Now, bearing in mind that I think last month we had an issue of a woman that got separated from her husband just because of rights. So different things can actually result to one going to the fact that, okay, the resolve is we should go our separate ways, divorce and all of that. So we want to know, can one actually cope with divorce? But first off, some persons out there might not know the meaning of divorce, just in case. So let's get to know what is divorce, and we will from there, move over to how one can actually cope with divorce, the things that, one see as a green light or a red light, rather, that makes one to say, okay, I can't cope any longer. Let's go for divorce. So first of all, what is divorce?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. Now, when you look at the term divorce, in simple terms, it means the legal dissolution of a marriage. Whether that marriage was conducted under customary laws or according to the act. So it means the dissolution of a marriage. Some people might also term it, okay, we are no longer together. So maybe in a situation of, let's say, the man and the woman, they were married traditionally, and at the end of the day, maybe one of them said they are no longer interested in the marriage, and the bride price was returned. So traditionally, that means that marriage has been, because when bride price is returned, it signifies the dissolution of the marriage. So in simple terms, divorce means the legal or traditional dissolution of a marriage. Now, to your second question, if people can actually cope, and what are some of the red lights? Was that what you said? People, like the red lights you can that will show that, okay, this marriage is beyond repair or is beyond reconciliation, like there is no way forward. Now, firstly, I would like to say this, that divorce, like every other life challenges, is something that people can cope with, because there is nothing new in life. There is nothing that is happening today that has not happened before. Divorce is often considered one of life's most challenging transition in life. It's like a transition. Let's say, for example, you were once single, then you got married, and like you said during the introduction of this topic, people go into marriage with this expectation, with a lot of expectation. In fact, I don't think, especially in this part of the world, I don't think most people go into marriage with the end goal of divorce. In fact, maybe at the inception, like even when they are getting married, they may have this feeling like there may be some kind of red flags, like there are some things they are seeing in the other person that they know they might not be able to cope with. But most people have this belief that once I'm there, once I'm there, everything will become better. They just have this belief that things will get better along the line. So most people don't go into marriage with that notion that, oh, one day I will end up as a divorced woman or a divorced man. Most people don't go into marriage with that mindset, especially in this part of the world. So people can actually cope with divorce, but it's a process. It's a process. It's just like when you lose your job. But I think divorce is more, more traumatic than that. The loss of, let's say, a loved one. So if people can actually cope with that, then people can also cope with divorce. Then what was the second question?
Yes, the red flag.
Okay, I will say that in marriage, it's not everything. It's not every little thing, like the example you gave, the couple, it was even on their wedding day started because of rice. And sometimes little things can even lead to divorce, but I don't think it's every issue that should trigger divorce in a marriage. There are things that are too kind of trivial that can be settled among the couple. They can settle them. But when we actually talk about red flags that people should kind of put into consideration is when there is abuse in the marriage. Most times when there is abuse in a marriage, and when we talk about abuse, it is not limited to physical abuse. Abuse can come in different forms. It can be physical abuse, it can be emotional abuse, which is even as dangerous as physical abuse. Now, when we talk about abuse, most people just imagine physical abuse and
the fist fight and all of that.
The violence, domestic violence. And one thing about emotional abuse is that it takes a toll on you. Like, you will lose your self-esteem. It can even affect the way you parent your children. It can even affect the way your relationship with others. You begin to develop low self-esteem. So emotional abuse is as bad as physical abuse. Then it can also be financial abuse. It can also even be in the form of sexual abuse in marriage. Yes, it can happen. There are things that are happening in the society, and sometimes you'll be shocked, you'll be amazed, like, oh, can a woman, someone you are married, or do something like this to you? Or can your spouse that you are legally married, that you have agreed to do life with forever, do something like this to you? So I think when it comes to the area of abuse, you know, there are so many factors that can lead to divorce. Why most social scientists will tell you it has to do with financial issues, but I will say that the number one reason, or there is no universal or a generally agreed reason or factor that usually leads to divorce. But I would say one is when there is breakdown in communication. Like that couple, there was kind of a breakdown in communication. When couples can no longer sit down to agree on things respectfully or in a cordial way, it kind of hastens the conflict in the marriage, because sometimes issues will definitely come in marriage. It is normal. It's normal. In marriage, by the time that the man and the woman, they are not able to sit down and communicate, it kind of bring out other issues that are already underlying issues in the marriage, maybe like financial strain, infidelity, or unmet expectations. But even at times when they are having conflicts, they are able to sit down as husband and wife and discuss it accordingly. Communication is the life wire of every relationship, but I believe when there is communication, they will be able to resolve issues. But when there is a breakdown in communication, most often than not, sometimes divorce will become inevitable.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail. So let's delve into coping with divorce. So as a woman, how would you, encourage women that are in the process of divorce, especially when they have children? Yes. As parents, they will have to sit their children down to start explaining and all of that. But before you get into how the mother can actually sit the child down to tell the child, oh, this is what the phase we are going through and all of that. But first off, your advice to to women, how can they cope with this divorce? We see a whole lot of them, they never saw it coming, but because of the emotional abuse, the physical abuse, something that they cannot tolerate any longer, friends, relatives come around to say, oh, manage because of the children. But still, they are saying to themselves, this man is doing this, this man is doing that, I can't cope with this any longer, divorce is the only solution. Now, after the divorce has been done, what should the woman do in order for her to be able to stand on her 2 feet and tell herself, this next phase is something I can actually do, and come out of the emotional, pressure, that came out of the divorce? So what are the steps a woman can take?
Okay, to answer your question, firstly, I would like to say this, like the trauma, the pain, the emotional pain that comes with divorce or separation is not something that only the woman feels. It goes both ways. In fact, I think we don't really talk about the effects of divorce. We don't talk about it much on the aspect of men. I don't know, maybe it's because most times women are more expressive than men. You know, in our society, there is this kind of burden on men to keep things to themselves. But in my field of work, men also feel it just the same way women feel it.
Okay.
So
yes, men. We know men also feel this pain also, but in the regards that it's the man's fault.
Okay.
What will a woman do?
Okay.
That is the question I'm posing before you.
Okay.
It is woman to woman. So we want you to advise a woman out there that went into a relationship with a man and this is not the man she fell in love with.
Okay.
All of a sudden the man has battered her, you know, done different things, and she has gone for counseling and all of that, and there is still no resolve. So what should the woman do after this divorce has been done with? Now the emotions, the you know, this man that she saw as the love of her life, as someone that she's going to do life with, as someone that has turned out to become a lion. So we want to know, what should this person do in order for her to come out of her shell, you know, and gain her self-worth again?
Okay, you know, there is no specific timeline for a woman going through divorce to heal or come out of the emotional pain. But healing is a process. Coping with the after effects is a process. So first off, I would like to advise any woman going through that phase to first of all accept the reality of the divorce. You need to accept that, okay, this is the stage that we are in. And most times before a couple end up dissolving their marriage, I think they would have exhausted every other option. Maybe they have met with their religious leaders, they have gone for legal advice, couples counseling, and this is the final stage, and it is like, it is what it is inevitable. So I will first of all advise that woman to accept the reality of the divorce. Then it is perfectly okay for her to feel sad or even cry her emotions. Then secondly, I will advise such a woman to kind of forgive herself. You know, there are so many emotions that come with being divorced. Sometimes, while some women may blame the man, like the man is at fault, you know, grieving comes in different stages. If you have ever lost somebody, there are times you will like, oh, why did this person do this thing that led to, you understand? At times it's like, okay, it's my fault, it's because of something I did. You know, there are times you might begin to feel like it's her fault. Maybe there is something she would have done differently. So she needs to forgive herself. Then she needs to also kind of rediscover herself. And there are several ways you can rediscover yourself as a woman. You can learn some courses, you can begin to read books, you can learn new skills. In fact, pick up a new hobby or an hobby you used to have that you abandoned. You know, sometimes, most especially we women, sometimes when we get married, we tend to kind of lose ourselves. Not all women. There are some women that, but it's more common among females. They put their career on hold, their business on hold, because they want to take care. Concentrate on their own. They want to take care of the children. So the divorce, after the divorce, is now also a time for you to rediscover yourself, things you love to do. Maybe you were once excelling in your career. Maybe it's time to kind of dust up your credentials and maybe go back to the workplace. That can also help you to remove your mind from the pain that you are feeling. So
in a nutshell, you're saying it's important for the woman to get herself busy.
Yes, it's very important. You know, though sometimes some people will feel like, okay, why was the woman not doing all this in the marriage? So that's the reason why I said sometimes in marriage, because you have so many things going on. In fact, abuse can even make some women lose themselves.
Okay, you know what, Abigail, I will pause you there. Let's go on a quick short break. Remember, we're all talking about coping with divorce. Don't go nowhere. All right, welcome back. If you just joined us, this is Woman to Woman. Yes, women out there, we are here just because you are there. All right, so we have been talking about coping with divorce and starting over. It's just like a new phase, you know.
Yes.
It's like someone that has actually, you know, transited from primary, you're entering into secondary, because this is something that you have done before. And to some women, they have actually, you know, gone through that line, but some others, they haven't. So Mrs. Abigail has been talking about how you can actually cope with divorce, but I don't think, is this something we can actually cope with? Is this something that in a long run you can forget you ever was in a relationship with that particular man?
Why not? Yes.
Okay.
In the long run, sometimes even when you find love again, you know, sometimes, so it's easy. Not that easy, not that easy, but I think along the line, you know, there are some times that
you just find joy, you just find a way to, you know, relieve yourself of that experience.
Sometimes when you experience a traumatic event, you might think, oh, this is the end of my life. I will never regain myself. But sometimes over the years, sometimes you begin to ask yourself, was I the one that was crying over that thing at that time? You understand? So most times I think time sometimes help us to heal over the time.
Okay. All right, so for parents, women that, you know, in the marriage, they have children, so how can they actually, you know, sit their children down and explain this part of their life to the children, especially when the children has come of age?
When they've come of age. I think it's far easier when they're of age. All right. Okay. One thing I would like to say is that the fact that a marriage has ended in divorce, it doesn't mean that both parents will not have continuous relationship.
Some don't. Some don't.
Yes, I know that. But it's very important because the children are not the reason for the divorce. They are not, even if, you know, sometimes, because we need to, I'm also a teens coach, so we need to put into consideration the feelings of the children. Some children, especially those that are more matured, like you said, at times they may feel, okay, maybe there is something I am doing that's resulted to my parents separating. Maybe especially if that child is one that is kind of problematic or has been giving the parents issues, they might think, okay, maybe I'm the cause or I'm the source of, I'm the kind of foundation of the issues that my parents are having. So I think it falls on both parents to give the children a proper understanding of what is happening. Firstly, I will say that it is very important for parents to be honest with their children. You know, honesty should be your watchword as a parent. I don't believe in hiding things from children, but because you want to be honest about the true reality of things, it doesn't mean that you should go into every detail.
In depth.
Yes, you don't need to go in depth. Then you also need to put into consideration the age of the child. So like you said, for children who are older, but I think children who are older, let's say from 11, 12, they might be more understanding compared to younger children. How do you explain to a toddler that mommy and daddy are no longer together? In fact, I don't really, most of them will not even understand. In fact, I think they will even feel it more than the older children, because most by the time you have teenagers, sometimes you know that teenage stage, yes, is a transition period. They are just like mini adults. Some of them like there's no big deal. They may even have friends in their class that have experienced something like that. So it may not be too difficult for them, but for younger children, they may feel it. So I will encourage parents, any woman that is going through maybe a separation or a divorce and they have to move away from the home, or the parents are not living apart, they need to explain it to the children in a way that they will understand, in a kind of an age appropriate way. But in the process, that doesn't mean you begin to demonize your spouse or your ex to them, because it can lead to confusion. It can kind of bring about instability in the family dynamics.
Okay. All right. So quickly now, before we go, let's we haven't talked about co-parenting, because in all of this, we the children, how can the mother, the father come together to, you know, do their different duties. You hear the father say, no, you're not taking my children.
Yes.
The mother says, no, I will take my children. So, and this results to them going to court for custody and all of that. So how can they, how can co-parenting come in and they still having the love of the father and the love of the mother?
All right, like I said earlier, the fact that a marriage has ended, it doesn't mean the relationship with the children should also end, because the children need that bond with both parents. There's a kind of love or kind of relationship a child will have with the mother is not the same with what the child will have with the father. So both of them are different but still important. So the children need that relationship. They need to build relationship with both parents, and because the man and the woman are no longer living together under the same roof, it doesn't mean that the children should be alienated from either of the parents. So that's where co-parenting come in, peaceful co-parenting. Now, some of the things that the parents should do is, okay, after letting the children understand that this is the new reality of things, there are times you have to spend time with mommy, there are times you need to spend time with daddy. So I think first off, what the parents need to do is that they need to try and communicate in a kind of a respectful and polite way, because there are times whereby you want to give certain information to your child, or there are times you'll be on the phone with your ex-partner, and there are some things you want to say that might even lead to arguments. Such things, you don't need to do it in the presence of the children. Depends on who is the primary custodian. If the mother is the primary, maybe they've gone to court and the court has awarded custody to the mother. Most times women usually wins custody of the children, especially if they are minors, if they are little. So if the woman is the primary custodian, the woman should make sure she keeps up with the agreed visitation access. She shouldn't deny the other parents or her ex-husband access, except there is a kind of a case of abuse. Let's say the father of the children is physically or verbally abusive, or there is evidence to show that if the children are in contact with this man, it will be detrimental to their well-being. So that needs to also be agreed upon in court. It's not something she needs to decide. If she has her own reservation that I don't want these children to be in contact with this man, she also has to state that maybe during the divorce process. So that will be also looked into. Then I think, but in the case of them co-parenting, they have no issues. The woman should try to ensure that she encouraged the children to have a kind of a healthy relationship with their father. She should stop. She shouldn't be saying negative things. Your father is a monster, irrespective of what he has done. Because sometimes there are some people will tell you that they have their reservations concerning such statement, that there are some men that don't make good husbands, but they make good fathers. So sometimes I think in every statement there is a kind of atom of truth in it. So it's possible that the man might not have been a good husband to her, but he might be a loving father. So she should encourage the children to have a healthy relationship. Then there was something you mentioned. There also need to be consistency in terms of their parenting style, in terms of discipline, method of discipline, their routine, or in terms of their education or their health care. So what I mean is that when the woman is saying A, the man should not be saying Z. You understand? So if, for instance, you've agreed that this is the school, yes, they should be in unison. For instance, I have seen situations whereby because the man and the woman are divorced, I will say, I'm sorry to say, some people might not take this, but I think it's more common with men, or most times the parents with visitation rights. They want, or especially if they want the court to award custody of the children to them, you see them, they become more permissive. They no longer set boundaries. Discipline, they will just remove discipline. Maybe when the child comes to visit them, they will allow the child to play games, watch movies way beyond their bedtime. They will give them things, you understand, over spoil them. overindulge the children. So there should be consistency in the parenting style, their values. In terms of the education, okay, this is the school they are attending. Why do you want to change their school for no reason? You understand? So there should be consistency, because when there's no consistency, it kind of affects the children emotionally. It brings about instability.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail Agobayi, for taking out your time today to make sure that we know more on the topic as explained. Yes, co-parenting, coping with divorce and starting over. It's very essential for us to know that yes, this is not something that we just dust our books and we just go start reading, but it's something that we need to understand the magnitude of divorce and how we can start over as women. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail. I hope when we call on you next time, you will do well to be here with us again. Yes, all right, and we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Woman to Woman. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NABVID. NABVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I would like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated and started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nonsense.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from
our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and the President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the Western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the Western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president, between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election, and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day, and instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. This is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Naro moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27 years old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NABID, or Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are in the minority. Of course, if in any case we say that we are the largest minority, that is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went to that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in the 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille Ballot Guide. And Braille Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you will be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And we would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course,
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course, we have. Perhaps not serve a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
well, sorry for cutting
that of the
without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. That is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have a constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for the reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issue. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so seen. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm saying. Are you considering contesting for any elective position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment.
Yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, there's a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the executive director Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Beautiful people, welcome to another exciting edition of Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. I'm your host, Amara Chukwu Azuka, and today we'll be talking about an interesting topic: money or passion. What should young people choose or pursue? I'm not alone in the studio. I have the very wonderful Onoche Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yes, you already had me the way you were already describing me as wonderful. I was
you are wonderful.
Well, it is what
and
it is.
Exceptional.
Thank you very much.
You should know that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're talking about money and passion. What should young people pursue? So if you have to choose a career that you're passionate about, or the one that pays you more money, what will you choose, Gabriel?
I think for a young person, because it's all about young minds right now. That's why you obviously invited me.
Of course.
So as a young person, I think going for what I'm more passionate about.
Oh, really?
Yes, sincerely.
And one would think that you would go for like money.
Money should not be the first thing that should make you want to start your journey. Do you understand? Because as a young person still, you should be passionate about it. It's when people see that you're a passionate presenter, it's when people see that you're a passionate newscaster that they want to call you for this job. Okay, nobody wants to hire an incompetent person.
Amazing.
So as a young person, young lady, young man, of course, passion comes first. Passion should be the first thing that should cloud your mind, honestly.
Wow,
yes.
That's amazing. Okay, so what if my passion as a person doesn't bring much income for me? Maybe I have a job, like I'm passionate about a job, and then I go into that career, and it doesn't bring in much income, and then I get an offer of another job that brings in more income. Would you advise me to go for that one that brings in much
income? The other
income?
job, is it in line with your career path?
Okay, so let's have it in both ways. Let's have it in the way where it aligns, and then let's look at when it doesn't align.
If it aligns, you're more than free to do so. I mean, looking at the situation of things in our country, you should always look for the best way out. But nothing is going to shake me from the fact that as a young guy, starting up as a career person, the first thing you should focus on is your passion. When people see that you're money oriented, money, it's more like what we Gen Z people call an ick.
Oh, okay.
Like, show me that you deserve this job.
Wow.
You don't need too much English when people already know, people that want to hire you already see that they're passionate.
Wow, that's amazing.
Passionate people deserve pay too. So
they deserve pay. So that's
the more passionate you are,
the
higher your pocket gets.
Are you for real? Are you for real?
I believe that's the way it's supposed to work.
Okay, because if you're like working in an establishment that you're passionate about, but the pay is not like huge. So how do I convert that passion into like much more pay?
Looking at you now, right? You are an amazing newscaster.
Oh, stop it!
But by the side, let me tell the viewers something they don't know. You're a red carpet host.
Oh,
why am I bringing this up? You have more than one stream of income. But you see something, it is still very much in line with what you're doing.
That's right.
It's not far off at all.
That's right.
You're still standing in front of the camera, entertaining the viewers. So everything about you screams passion, passion, passion.
Oh, give us
so, thinking about the economy, it's wise enough for you to, have more than one stream of income. I've already used you as an example. Lydia here is an amazing newscaster, an exciting red carpet host.
Okay. So, can we now end the show? I think we're ending here, right?
It's important that I point that out, honestly.
Wow, that's really amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for that.
Yes, I mean, it's not really a compliment, it's fact.
It's fact. Okay. Okay. So now using myself as an example, because you brought it out. So what if with all the passion I have for this job that I'm doing right now, and then I get an offer to become a banker.
Okay.
And then the pay is like way above what I'm earning now. Would you advise me to go for it?
You see, coming into this line of presenting, coming into this line of newscasting, you have an expectation in your mind.
Okay.
You have a certain level that you would want to get to, that you automatically become open to explore. If you know, this question you're asking is more or less like a personal decision.
Yeah.
Right? If you're already 5 years, 10 years into this gig of, presenting, newscasting, and all of that, right?
Yeah.
You're more than free to, try to make that decision of, trying to explore. It's allowed. It's not a taboo anywhere. It's not written anywhere that a newscaster or whatnot cannot become a banker, just like you had
Well,
said.
how will I, if I'm a newscaster and I'm also a banker, how do I measure up? Like, how do I balance the two? Because it's gonna affect one part of the job.
How do you balance your newscasting and red carpet host?
No, because they are all in alignment. They are all like the same.
Everything falls back on, schedule. You can cast news on Saturdays.
Okay, and work in the bank on Monday.
Thank you very much. Full stop. Exactly.
I love that. Okay, so moving on here. We often hear the saying, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
Now, Gabriel, do you believe that that's realistic in today's economy?
In today's economy, it shook me a little bit. But do what you love and you'll never have to work again in your life.
Yeah.
That's boils down to once you're working at a job, just like, oh God, do I keep using it?
You always use it.
Let me hype myself up a little bit.
Okay,
right?
use yourself.
Because pretty much, I'm still pretty much like a presenter. Do I call myself upcoming or an outstanding presenter? Just
okay.
But when we come down to work, rather, it's more or less us doing what we love. It gets to a point where we even forget that we're at work because we're having so much fun. It doesn't look like it doesn't feel like a hectic task.
That's right.
So that's why when I started off, I said passion should be what clouds your mind. Once you're already passionate, money matters. Let's not get it twisted.
Of course.
Your finance matters a whole lot. But once you're already passionate about what you're doing, it gets to a level where money becomes,
like secondary, right?
Let me just put myself out there. Let people just know that Onochi is here. Let people just know that Lydia is here.
Yeah.
Amaze the audience and all of that. Yeah.
Amazing. I love that answer.
Yeah.
So now moving on, many young people abandon their dreams because they need to survive financially.
Yeah.
Do you think society places too much pressure on young people to make money quickly?
Society definitely does place 1,001 pressure on people to, abandon their dreams.
Wow.
And from my own point of view, I cannot blame them.
Oh.
You and I know the situation of things in the country.
That's right.
People are, doing what we call feeding from hand to mouth. One stream of income, still not their fault. Limited streams of income in our country, you know that.
Yeah.
So, outrightly, I cannot blame them for, abandoning their dreams.
Their dreams.
You get that?
Yeah.
So, what's the question again? Sorry.
Okay.
I forgot.
Yeah, do you think society makes too much pressure on young people?
Society definitely makes too much pressure, especially for all of these youths that do not know what they really want. Youths who don't know what they want for themselves. We are here. I don't need to second guess anything when somebody comes and asks me, Onochi, what do you do? I can outrightly tell them I am a presenter. Or somebody walks into the studio right now and tells you, Lydia, what do you do? You don't second guess yourself.
Of course.
You don't have to think twice about it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's important as youths for you to know your worth, know what you want, follow what you want. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because as youths, if you do not get to that point of satisfaction and understand and self-understanding, little things will sway you.
That's right.
Your friend doing 1,001 things can get himself a new apartment and all of that. You might at some point lose focus.
Yeah.
You might lose your bearing. That's the word I've been looking for.
Oh, wow.
You might lose your bearing. So as a young person, as a young youth, young lady, young man, stay passionate, focus on what you want, know what you want for yourself.
For yourself,
that's the ultimate level, that's the ultimate thing that counts.
Amazing,
exactly.
Amazing. So I'm going to ask you, do you think family also puts pressure on young people? Because I remember when I was growing up, I'm going to use myself as an example, since you're already using me, you're already like using me as an example, so let me just put it out there.
It's allowed.
Yeah. So when I was growing up here, I've always wanted to be a newscaster, of course. That's been my dream.
So that has been a long time dream.
Like long time dream.
Seeing you excel self doesn't even feel like a whole lot of
okay, but see where I'm going to. When I started off like writing JAMB and getting into the university, my family actually pressured me not to go for newscasting. They felt like, oh, it's going to be hard to get a job. It's going to be a waste of time. Why study mass comm when you can actually just study maybe accounting and just work in a bank?
Well, look at you now.
Yeah, look at me now.
Are you here or not?
I'm here.
So like, you're pretty much more like a source of inspiration to people who've watching us now. So you studied mass comm, yeah?
No, that's where I was going.
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm interested.
Okay, so we're talking about family pressure now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So my family pressured me into studying something else.
Okay.
And then forgetting my dream of becoming a newscaster.
Okay.
And for the longest time, I did. I actually forgot that I'm made for the camera. Do you get it? So I studied something else, and I just found myself that I wasn't fulfilling my purpose. I could just see that, no, Lydia, this is not you. You should be something else. You should be in front of the camera.
Yeah.
That's like a round peg in a round hole. Do you get? So now we're looking at how family can pressure young people into forgetting their dreams and just following the trend, So do you think that actually works? Using my story as a case study.
Listening to your story, I can say one thing for sure. Families are meant to be the #1 source of support. If probably they had encouraged you to go for what you wanted, you probably wouldn't have just. You're at a great level. But like you should have been like at a higher much more experience. You would have like higher level of expertise. Years would have counted for you now. You should have been saying like 10 years experience in this media stuff and all of that. So in the matter of family pressure and all of this decision making stuff, right? Family should be the first source of support and all of that. They shouldn't, talk your kid down. I had a story. One girl, one of my colleagues too, she said growing up she loved to draw.
Aww.
And then her dad saw her and asked, in whose house do you want to start drawing?
No.
But she could have become, the dad didn't know that he killed a dream.
Oh.
Nobody knows. She could have become an international artist.
I'm telling you.
But now she ended up going to study XYZ. We would not put that out there.
Yeah, of course.
So I will say this again and I'll keep saying it again. Family is meant to be the #1 source of support. Because if your family doesn't support you, who else will?
Yeah.
Before friends, family should come first. So yes, they play quite an important role in decision making. If your family doesn't support you, you just like you found yourself, you succumb to the pressure. Let me just go and study another thing.
Yeah.
So that's why it's very important for your family, your dad, your mom, your siblings to support your journey. They are what you call your fuel.
Wow.
They'll pump you when you're feeling down. Your sibling, your sister can just literally remind you, don't you want to become that international newscaster?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a great feeling when you know at the back of your mind that you have people supporting you.
Yeah.
When you have people, that want to see you at the top. So family should remain the #1 support. And please, our dear mommies and daddies, let's stop killing our young children's dreams. It's very important.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Like, viewers, you've heard from Onoche Gabriel. Family is the #1 support system for young people achieving their dreams. Please, daddies, please, mommies, please, sisters and brothers and uncles and aunties, don't kill the dream of the young ones, please. Support their dreams. Whatever they want to become, support them. Don't kill their dreams, okay? All right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. Well, if you're just joining us, we're talking about money and passion. what should young people pursue these days? And Onoche Gabriel has been in the studio with me, helping me unpack this amazing topic.
Yes.
Okay, so Onoche, I'm going to go straight into the next question.
Okay.
You know, social media has changed how people see success and how people define success.
Yes.
They feel like the luxury lifestyle, the expensive cars, you know, the
Yes.
vacations and designer clothes,
Yeah.
that's what success means. So do you think social media has made young people prioritize money more than like their passion?
I don't think that's a question, because this thing is already what is out there now.
Oh wow.
People have, young people like us, thank God you invited somebody like me to talk on something like this, because young people like us have abandoned the idea of how do I say this thing now, trusting the process. Humble beginnings, yes, that's the word. Young people like us have abandoned the idea of humble beginnings.
Wow.
You know, they want to start something now, just like we've just started our journey of, you know, presenting an exciting newscaster that you are. You start from somewhere, but now that idea is far gone. You know, you started now, they expect themselves to be, you know, at the UN conference, you know, interviewing the president and all of this. Because it's important. Social media plays that role.
Wow.
The fact that since we already know that these youths out there already now do not even want to, you know, spend their time in trying to, you know, learn, go through the process of becoming. If you don't go through this process, then when you spend 3 months and then you get to the top, what are you going to do
What
there?
are you going to do there?
How are you going to lead without your years of expertise and experience? So yes, a huge population of our youths have prioritized finance over purpose. And that's why, since we started this, I've been hitting on it. As a young career person, the first thing that should cloud your mind is your passion. Be passionate about what you do. No, I've been telling you since we began this shoot, right?
Yeah.
Once you're passionate, people get to see that.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to hire a competent person. And who is a competent person? A competent person is someone who is passionate about his job.
Amazing.
I can call Lydia a competent lady.
Oh my,
and Lydia can call me a competent presenter.
An amazing presenter.
Exactly. So the first thing, make sure that you're competent. Make sure that you're passionate. And please, focus on the journey. Focus on becoming, because it counts. Because at the end of the day, when you finally become, you look back at your journey, you look back at your process of becoming, and then you nod your head and give yourself a pat on the shoulder.
Yeah. Yes. And you know that process makes you
exactly. That's why I said when you spend 3 months and then like you automatically get to the top, what do you do at the top?
Yeah.
Without any form of expertise
and character,
you know, and all of those things.
Yeah.
So that's why the top is usually built for people who have gone through the process. Spent years in the particular job, being photography, catering, presenting, and all of those things.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
So we'll be talking about passion.
Yeah.
I want to ask you now, Gabriel, can passion actually become profitable over time, like with consistency and the right strategy?
I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that.
Nice.
I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that, because I've spoken about passion and competence. I said passionate people are people that, you know, people, oh God, English. I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that, because I said that passionate people are those kinds of people that other industries, organizations would love to hire.
Because they are competent.
Once you see that you're passionate and competent about what you're doing, we would love to hire you.
But does it become profitable? That's the question.
If I hire you, am I hiring you for free? If I hire you to become my red carpet host, are you just coming there to just come and interview? You're going home with something, of course.
Of course.
Exactly. So it automatically becomes profitable. I mean, is that not profitable?
Amazing. Okay. So is there anything wrong with taking a high-paying job while building your passion on the side?
There's nothing wrong.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong, because earlier I've already used you as an example, because you have other streams of income.
Of course I do.
I would never kill the idea of having other streams of income. Please, it's very important, because so many youths are already feeding from hand to mouth. So what's the essence of me now coming out here where thousands of people would watch this video and then I say that it's no, please.
Wow.
Make sure that you have other streams of income so that you get to live a comfortable and honest life.
Amazing.
It's very important.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So viewers, you heard it from Onyoche Gabriel.
Yes.
Like it's so amazing having you in the studio right
Thank you
now.
very, I'm actually very much excited that you have me talk about a topic like this.
Amazing.
Because they call me the Gen Z Prince and all this.
Okay.
So I really.
So like you're the perfect person for this interview.
You can say so. You can say so. I didn't say so. She said so, and she can say so honestly.
Okay. So we've seen that having a high-paying job can actually coexist with your passion. So don't just leave your passion aside while you're still fending for money and all that. Still build your passion along. Okay. Okay. So we're going to take a quick fire round because of time. Let's just have a little fun with this. Okay. So honestly, I'm going to ask you some questions and you just answer with one word.
One word. Okay.
Yeah. Or if I ask you to pick an option from two options, you just like quickly pick one option. Okay. All right. So money or happiness? You have to be quick. It's a fire round.
Money or happiness?
You don't have to think about it. It's spontaneous. Just pick one. Money or happiness?
Money.
And here I was thinking you pick happiness because of your passion.
Money matters. but money,
right?
Let's choose money.
Well, for me, I'll pick happiness.
Okay. They are both two important things, though. But then I weighed my options, and then money.
So you'll be sad with money, like. I want to go to Dubai. You'll be crying with like dollar bills in your hands.
Okay, she's convincing me now, and I think I'll enter her boat. I think I'll enter her boat.
But you'll be happy soaking Gary in like a one-room apartment.
You know what? Let's not confuse things. You know, money. My answer, money.
You don't want to enter my boat.
Money.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
Moving on. Dream job or high salary?
I love my dream job.
Aww.
Dream job, please.
Dream job, yeah, me too. I'll pick my dream job.
Please. Dream job.
Okay, amazing.
Because my dream job is already higher paying now, so what's the point?
How will you know if your dream job is high paying? Or how do you know? Okay, hold on.
Is your dream limited?
It's not, but what if there's like a higher paying job offer for you, and then your dream job is like... I
always tell myself something, and that's the reality. There would always be something bigger. I always say something, there would always be somebody richer. And there would always be something bigger. If you're earning 500k here, somebody's earning on all of these things. So there would always be something bigger. It all boils down to you to be satisfied with what you're earning.
You have. Oh my God.
Be happy. So dream job for me, honestly.
Can we clock it for Gabriel, please?
Do I do that?
Okay. So next fire round. Risks or stability?
Risk or stability?
Yeah.
Stability. You
don't like taking risks?
I like taking calculated risk, but you did not identify it as calculated risk. I'm not a fan of taking stupid. No, there's calculated risk. See, I'm not a fan of taking stupid risks and all of those things. Please, stability.
Like
I want to be stable. Yes, I want to be sure about what I'm doing.
Well, I like risks though.
What kind of risk?
Whether calculated or not, as long as it's risks, we'll take it.
No, I'm not taking any risk.
Okay, so that is that. So next one, work-life balance or career growth?
Work-life balance.
Yeah.
I'm actually currently seeking both.
You have to pick one.
One, right? Career growth.
Oh, career growth.
Career growth.
That's amazing.
I mean, it will be so much exciting.
Like just be facing it.
All the big girls in the industry identify you.
With the big boys.
Exactly, man. So career growth for me, honestly.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'll go with work-life balance.
Okay. Yeah. Work-life balance in what sense?
In every sense, like I don't want to be going too high in life and I neglect my other needs. Like I neglect my family, neglect like my other things, my leisure and all that. I would like work-life balance.
That's still important. Your questions are actually very difficult and then like it puts you on edge, honestly. But then it is what it is.
Clock it, Gabriel. Okay, last one because of time. Would you rather love your job and earn average income, or dislike your job and earn in millions? If you choose anyone, you tell me why.
You're putting me, like I just said earlier, you're literally putting me on edge.
Yeah.
Dislike my job and earn millions.
Yeah, or love your job and earn in average. Like, yeah.
Dislike your job and earn in millions. You would hate life, honestly. When you come into the first thing, Monday morning now, look at you, you're always smiling.
And
if you dislike your job and earning in millions, you Monday morning you start grumbling.
That's right.
But like I said, there would always be something bigger. You're happy to do your job. you forget that you're even at work, you're having fun doing your job, and you still go home earning something good enough to sustain you. So, love my job and earn well.
Average. You don't want to earn average.
Anywhere is important.
You're so particular about money, Gabriel. I'm suspecting
I'm particular about passion and money.
I'm suspecting
I believe that
you
passion should be rewarded.
When we started this program, I thought you were like the passionate guy.
I'm the passionate guy. I'm particular about passion. Passion comes first.
Then money comes
second. You cannot neglect finance.
So what if it's just passion, no money? So you just pick either passion or money. Not passion, not money coming next.
Next question, please. Next question, please.
Okay, like for me, I would rather, I prefer my job. Like, I love my job and earn average.
Honestly, for the same reason, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you can just walk in and just be so grumbling, and you don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Mistakes here and there and all of that.
Yeah.
Those things. So no.
And you may not even be competent in that high-paying job because you don't love it.
Let me do what I love and earn at least.
Amazing.
It's not like they're not going to pay me or something.
Yeah.
So,
Amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be on the show.
Okay.
I'm super excited and I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Well, viewers, we've come to the end of the show today. I hope it has been an interesting episode for you. Well, for me in the studio, it has been awesome.
I literally, sincerely, I enjoyed myself. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, until next week, I still remain your host, Amara Chukwu Azuka. Keep your dreams alive, have a wonderful day, and God bless you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, where are you here? Is that where you not over? Yes. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, where's my dear? It's Você papai, você
Wayadi makpome samane. Wayadi makpome samane. Wagume pwegwidejo. Wagume pwegwe samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
The caliber was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa mafoma. Awe huwe dine. Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwada. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agima bota. Ota omere ota nyowa. Nle magwa kanene na. Okiya gboso we amamufua aimerie. Uma dole niyi yakin uni enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki eri mi no poloro amamufua aimerie ibota e manadwe na ya ye ne de ai to kwawo wa no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebo wa ya kwe iswe ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yanu ame yana we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we yana we no de wo yi e bota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba eko wa o no mario iworati imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinje me ni ma agba eko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa eno adari ho beni ya ye amamufua maye na ni wan no ma dole mi yi iwo mi ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda manu ya gwa amamufua hi wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa yi no koko gwa eyo be no nwe na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufua amiri eba ni agun egun ye na utana ore la ota Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ipo e o alauda ma ya kan mi se ma ya mama na we aduge na ni ma ota me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we re gare dagbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi ni mo be go gi ma e ge no gbera e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba ge Maria oba ato ipo e o
ise ore la ota me e paso kabari hunamure
Ive do no women wa bebe nega kai wa bidan yo
ofan bosa oba go yaro oba atokpe
ise niwa zero ni mata desi we amamufua aneri emina ya ka no we udolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa no ri ba no wa eba nu ri na jawe mata uwa ma no gbugbo ugbo ngbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se jona na ma family all the time o twese webo ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amufu ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladnya ya wi twese osege ni ya yewu ya se ya no ma mi no ya win no ya me ko mo bonya kega oni ayeri ni a no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani ya wina he wo se ti wina he wo tuwere ha se ti wina he o ha no re awe ne eni bon na mamufua amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma meyi no a se ti arioba ye ti mo ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o saba ni eja mo lowo ma yi amamufu amere otenwe ibisugbe amamufu amere yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kina kana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magele mufu amere ni wo ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua ni amamufu amere na ewi na ya ka amamufu amere o no maru emiesi egeka emiesi wodao we ga we emiesi yoto we amo we emiesi o ka be sunu dada gbo we omi obi ye ogeva wo de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pa ne emiesi we wu ne ni o ni egwe o o ma yi mu gwe o sa gba de go dinu e emi o ka sunu dagbe wa ko o ti gba no ogeva de yana miewe amaso gare moto ekeno na la moto eregi moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yan do iwo ri ne begere ya re park o mai yin fegere ha asa mo mi wo ri ni iwo no ke obuwe o gba ogeni una hai ne ino uwe mu fuani so pon ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrègbè ọ̀dí gbà sọ́ni mẹ́yẹ́rẹ́ ìkáyọ̀ wẹ̀wẹ̀ àwẹ̀ igi èmi ìlànàdì àwùpọ̀ pẹ̀lú Lagos road lẹ́yìn ìjẹ́kọ̀ àlàmọ́tò ìbí ẹ̀kàdì kẹsìkú di yàn sí èèhàn ní arúgbó mọ́tò ní iná kà mọ́ pàrọ̀ ó dáa ìdáwẹ̀ ìpàgbé ìyàmọ̀ yẹ kọ́ àwẹ̀ ọ̀nà gèdè ìpàgbé ìnáwó ẹ̀tútà ìpè gbèrè àyè mú mẹ́sẹ̀ kìrìkìrì àtúrí ina waya ni waya ne school ni wari but in hasa ni waya ne wa ni go na the driver I pa all of it away your money make 20 naira way I want give you as change I not get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we ya ni
oni ne no do try power
we you go ni ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o ma pa na rugu moto ni ma ri gbera ke na che ogida junction boy ina wa to the moto awa opia ekwe ha ni ya ni yeke ni ala wa di go ida o yin ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa today iye ina ni me wa hu na eja na ọmọ kò rí àdìmẹ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ náà
oh my god
ọbẹ̀ àmàmúfọ́ àmì ìyá mi ìmí àmì ẹ̀dẹ́nu náà àgẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí ọwọ́ rẹ̀ àtàdìmẹ́ ni mẹ́rẹ́ ànàmà ní ẹ̀dẹ́ àmàlẹ́wà àdìmẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ìnáwó tó fún un lónìí kékeré máa yé náà máa mi ẹ́ àbí òṣèlú ẹ̀wọ̀n ni màá gbà gbé náà yìí náà ọwọ́ àpárọ̀ ló mọ àgbónárí wa ọmọ apárẹ́ yà sí wa ọwọ́ zùwọ̀ ọ̀ọ́rù wẹ́tà àgbó yóò wá àìmú àgbó yóò wá yìí kò ní wẹ̀ kúkú yẹn náà ó gé fàárí ó yà dèwé àkọ́kọ́ yóò wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà gbèsè ìwò tọ̀ ìwò nìdè é bùkẹ́bùkẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀nu wàá dùn ara ẹ̀ ọ̀ sọ̀nà gbogbo ọmọ sáré bọ́ náà fíìmù ya gbè yẹ fíìmù ya mú fún wa ìmàmí kìnnà mi nà máa wẹ̀ rí gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ àmú fún wa àmú fún wa gẹ́lẹ́ ní ẹ̀rí ọ̀wọ́n ní ewé èyí èsì dàmá èyí èsì ní sùnú dàyà iná wa máa mú fún abẹ́rẹ́ ni màá gbọ́ iná wẹ́ èkìnnà náà wò ànábì yìí sáré bọ́ náà dé bàá mà máa rẹ̀ dèrí yèké sábà fi àgbé mà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ìṣe ẹniwa ya ìwà àdáyé na mú fún àmàmíẹ àmàmúfọ àmìẹrẹ ọtẹnẹ pásítọ kábàárì àmàmúfọ àmìẹrẹ ìyẹn wẹ lẹnu ìbá ẹyàrá bábò ẹyẹ yàtọ̀ àmàmúfọ àmìẹrẹ ìmáwé mu ẹrù tọrẹ dọba ìbò tàmáyé náà.
ìbẹ́ dùnú pẹ́ o ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́rẹ́ náà dé sìn odenimi alage untana amamu family ya gwe ibo ewugun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we ukunaga ikwe bo amamu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akia what so egbe sokun mege na yasini gemu akia osalobagi maya iye webo na wete no gemu akia iye ti yun ki oye oti mane Jonathan okari oba vete Nigeria ya wa election e bana te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa dani owe esagie owo omakoma ose adani ye ki amu de sagi anu pa no to yo tonu daye o ni ota ona mosi ona madara na mfua oma soa egbeyo agwa na ya mi adani ebo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no dodo de reservoir na aba mi ewe magi obira na yo bi ya wa ligi egbe na eri o gbege gbe nori agberi agbe amamufua amirie eri wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo yu ku yo e o ko no amani o mo ni wuyo e ko o ga be yu ga e we bo amamufua amirie mami o mana wesi ni ni ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya e nu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan e ba no kan me opopa na la te e jefta be bi no wan ka tai era na te gile do oyokora no oyoko ona mweko ni iye na bie nzokun yo ga omodion ne jefta ne egile di yaso ha bi omo so kuma ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do biele omo ni ge jefta na bora ado do bora ade do be by monday ni ebie yowa oni je ko mai pekere okpe ami ge egile ona do wu oni wu idira na gbagbewe iwe ti gbe ma do ri ku ora me unda ba mu iwo yi yo wu seti yana gbe ma yana kwe no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana kwe fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo te o mo dion so ko ma sini ora de pora zozo la wa gbo obi se bo na te mo abona to ta bona agbezobo so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye o da wo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e o to esogia yere do emani buna do de ba na maye nwi na maye ni obi se we oko gare ro na do na ga tie no ka o ye na e pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara we gbegu ale ga de e so na wo he no le wa ya yin ye wo da bi ni we oto agbe ye na ewe o ma na te we ne re ga o e ne ga ro gupo ai do ga yin ni e ni edu awo kai bo ya fe ge o kai gbe o kai bo ayi ga yin ni aye wo da ye mo gbe ni ya bufu abege ni ye ne ya mi no se erie bo da o agbona do maye sayo ogupo no ko kwa ye ga ye ama mufu abi eru do lo papa ya we bo tu mi ohun ye mi no mi ehun e ile tu gi e ni ye no we si egbe re ogi o sabo ye iye le ma gwe ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu hu
n'ọkpa wọrọ ihe olukwọsẹ wee na wee ewere wọ mọrọ ọwụwẹsẹ unu nọ na na ịmụ na-eje na arụ ga evi osisi yẹ ige lobọ wa ọgbọza ihe amụ ya gbọrọ ya ara agụẹzọ akedogụẹzọ ya police station ayasa Abuja igbo na ebe onye emuri ya n'udezọ wụwụ n'ọmasị ni aladobọ hie kenakana igbo na wa eze ya police station igbo ni egbaye bagi sinina daagi mwe na zi owe ma sise ma no wagiaga na sedike ani na eberezo na gbeme na okedo ma doge so kun gbe yikweyo egbeyo yikweyo aya atie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi ogo ma mi ewe owo di obe like na mojo rebo ogo mo no sunu na ni a ibi ebe mo boro
ọwọ́ ìbùsẹ̀ náà ni
ibi ebe mo gbe fi osisi na bóyá gbinu mu ya ka wẹ oko ya di odema wẹ wa lo dẹsẹmọ lado sí esi otiẹ wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ náà bọ́ wa yẹ egbúye ọ̀wá mẹ́gbẹ́ ibi ẹ̀yìn sẹ́wọ̀n rẹ̀ wò bọ́ wà yà dé ìwúre dárí gbé yọ
wà á bèbè mẹ́wò.
níwọ̀n ẹ̀ amamufu ama àmì ẹ̀rí.
ní gẹ́gẹ́ wa tọ́ payọ mọ́mí ìwé wa gùn àkànnà bá ẹ̀ ní àsìní òtọ́ náà gbidigbidi ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà ìwà màkà rẹ̀ sí àyí ẹ̀ ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà ẹ̀yìn àṣẹ àyí ìrìn màná dó báyìí ẹ̀ màná rẹ̀ dó báyìí màkà mú àrí wà ilé ma ẹ̀gbọ́n ìbí kábẹ́tù ìbí ìkólé ìbí ọ̀fun egbè ìbí ọ̀gbà wàkùkù wàgẹ́ ìgbìnà wàgẹ́ ìkùn dọ̀lẹ̀ ìwé nìyí wẹ́ abúwárọ̀
amamufuwa
àmì ẹ̀dẹ̀ kẹ́nà ó sọ wẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ̀dìẹ́ nọ́mà dọ́wọ́ ní fìànẹ́ náà fún wẹ̀gbẹ́ máa yá ara rọ̀ ẹ̀dọ́kùn ọba àtọ́kùn.
wẹ́sì àwọn àjùjẹta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọlá ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀fẹ̀ amamufuwa àmìrí ènìwọ̀n ẹ̀dọ̀lọ́pẹ̀wò ló wà ẹ̀dàrẹ́ ìmọ̀tánà èsòrò ọwọ́ ọrùmọ̀wọ̀ àtàní èyí ní ní àwọn ìdòmú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ ọwọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ta wẹ́rẹ́ tani wẹ́ náà mú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ náà sọpá wẹ́ náà ẹ̀wọ̀n máa ń yan ẹ̀ rabọ́ ìwọ́ ẹ̀yìn náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n gbẹ̀sọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màtánà náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà sẹ́yà ni mà ẹ̀yìn ní mọ̀ yọ àmú ẹ̀ nga ọwọ́ wẹ́ni udomiewe ito a ẹ̀yà wẹ̀ẹ́rẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ́ ẹ̀họ́rọ̀ inú máa ń yà yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ inú ka pásọ̀ inú ka ẹ̀bá yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ ní ọwọ́ ní àìsírin náà wẹ́ yàfẹ́ ọ̀wà náà ẹ̀ra má bí ìyẹn orí ẹ̀wò ọdún àṣìyàn ọdún òwò ẹ̀wò ẹ̀dọ́ ní náà sùn ẹsẹ̀ sísun tẹ́wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wẹ̀nu náà orí ẹ̀wò ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́ pàmò yìí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀rẹ̀ wò náà yà wò ẹ̀ẹ́rà àmàbíẹ́rà rẹ̀ wò anábìwẹ̀ wa ẹ̀rà wọn àmúparí ẹ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà kéré yàbẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹrẹ wa ọdún wo ẹsẹ̀ tí sùn ẹgbẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀rẹ̀ wa àwọn táwọn mú ìlà rẹ̀ yé wa ẹ̀yẹ yẹ ṣe ra wẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sọpọ̀ òbí wẹ̀ ìlúhi ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ ọ̀nà tí ìṣòwò ẹgbẹ́ wẹ̀ ní ìrárí ọwọ́ náà ọ̀nà rẹ̀ nú wẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ àmú ẹ̀pà sọpọ̀ wẹ̀ àmúwẹ̀ yé wa ọ̀wárẹ̀ ràrí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí yan oníwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ìyẹn wọ́n sọ ẹgbẹ́ amamufuwa amerie nga ọmọnìyàn amufuwa nga enye sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ do ni màálù ayagbẹrẹ miẹri una gbẹrẹ miẹri èmi náà wọ iyekẹ ẹma nga ima tani awẹ náà họrọ ara wọ but mama ha wẹ èmi náà wọ nuyo sisi yẹti yà á mi wọn ayé nuye udekode yà mi wọn ayé nuziwo yà ló dẹfẹ yàzẹ nẹ abẹ ọlápá yàzẹ ní yàfẹ àìmùmù utọ ẹrọ aláwòdà ẹrọ máa gbọdọ ìnà yẹrọ ẹyẹ wò kú gbé ẹyẹ wò láwòdà yàmàmúfua àmìrì ọrúwẹbọ tẹ ọrúwẹbọ wíra wíyé ìyóbọ náà wọn wá àmàmúfua hì ǹdọ ọwọnà olùsẹ ùsẹsọ ọgbàlẹ ní ọhàmẹgbẹ ọnàhìrẹ ẹnẹ ẹrọ ẹnuwẹrẹ ẹnẹ nìtú wà lówó tó mú fua ọmọ ẹdẹ mú fua yẹyẹ ọwọnà olùwẹ hàn ugbẹrẹ uwé ní uyobone une egbeno taba to ebizugbe umiewe ye school no rie nemo o ha ina nia o wa ina do ha ni no makwede yeye amamufua amiri edolopo ibude mai unu wawe na lao na uyobone egbe na emi maya ruje na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto ọba àtọpẹ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Ebuna zima Odion Obala zima Odion Manawe Maari Owe Sama Odion na Nimado Kpome Sama Nimado Gbekene Sama Emana Odion Wawe na Esama Magbekene ne Osaba Obuyo Bitwane Aba Nogie Tony Maga Not yami magame. Manido gbekene ne na ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oropa ewu dori ima ati awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi magame we need just to know me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawoni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikokai. Getting you closer to your custom and tradition is what we know how to do best. Yes, letting you know about individual tradition, letting you also know that it's always good for us to associate ourselves with our tradition. Now, talking about tradition, today we will be taking a ride down to Enugu State to go see Obolo Masquerade Dance. I tell you, if you are not energetic enough to dance this, I tell you, you ought to just, leave it down for the professionals. So let's go over to Enugu State to go see the wonderful and colorful display of Obolo Masquerade Dance. This is Obolo for Masquerade Dance that originated in Udenu local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. The masquerade dance is rooted in the Igbo culture and it is prominent in the cultural spectacle and designed to enforce community morality and provide aesthetic entertainment and celebrate icon.
Magumo ne na kura gina boneta ya so sata masle ka bugura tumu. Abu maguno digi ga ka gike. Ana go she ko to kala kelu go keni ya. Kati gara da so ma go ya ni. Pato goro de ba da disa du so me de go di sinala. Ene de bo ka de le la ko le bamra. Da bo se gara no ti ko gora ba le ka le ko de gura ka go go bo de ba ka kuna gara re mo ma. Ana so de di ko no ga go ya go. Ka bu ke me ka. Isu la de che na bo chu wa ba ma tara. Mo bo wa da so ko de ko de go na mar me bro ko cha ba ne wo ga de ma da. Ko to ko ra jira ro wa to wa. Ko ra ju mo me de go wa chi ri ni tre lo la ne. Ase na ma shadow go da che go ko. E fanno mo ga se che mo trasa. Me ne ma gro ga se le mo ga mo trasa ga se le de to fi da. Mo ga da pa gro da se ko pa le so pa le bo tu le. Mo le gbe me ko ju go mo sko ba be su go ko furu. Ase ko no de ku zere de go ra ho. Mo ga da ba se se mo to de buru na do chi ma do chi mo na ga na le to bi. Ya boro ko bo se ba gele ba so ko su ko kana se no group ba gele ba gele go de bo. Ore pa ko ko le di de da wo de re bo pa be ni. Wo da so ko e ka pe tru wa chi woro pa no mo ma. Iye ba woro go de tu ra ko ba ko ni ko ga ko. O kere ko ile ba ru ra ga de ko. O to ko ro je ba ja de sa de so be de mo de go si da la.
This masquerade dance is performed for several core spiritual, social and cultural reasons such as Omadi, which are seen as sacred pageants arriving briefly from the spirit world. They are believed to be reincarnated spirits of ancestors returning to interact with and bless the living. In Obolo Ofo community, these masquerades steps in to maintain social order and discipline during festivals and public gatherings.
Bola fún ní láti mbẹ́rẹ́ kí ni àtẹ̀kàdé kú fún gẹ̀ẹ́nà sórí. Ó kárí kápọ̀ bàdẹ́dà kàbòdò tó bí kórè tó kú bí kòrò tó ní kùtù kàbí ló ti lè kú. Bàdẹ́dà kàbà fún tòwà òrùkù tí ó sọ èkèwé lè bò blájà ẹ̀. Àdèkútẹ́ náà bàdẹ́dà àbọ̀ ṣe kéléré àbáyé náà bọ̀ sáà. Agora vamos ler o governo Coco nasce muito gugu. Na bolsa de la catacumba de Mejigo. O Coco le deu de gata na magaluche yata. Sudu gugu la lena. Lebo grande gugu de jabnama. Baba baba na ndaka. O ka ta de jata ko na fumo gugu ga na benya. O fubi na do ma gugu de abran. O fubi ni kale to bale ka ga de wo sokori. Eti le se da mi ma baba wa so wa na no manza. Dem na za lo ko na bu ko de do mo na za za ko ni. Bagolo to ta dre ma na ne gure mar mo de ne gure ja ma ni. Wo ko ko ti gure de no ga de te ni to. sa bula na ko kosoro kokora be bi de bula de ko se no bare ka wa baba wa so wa bula pa ti le me go fi do mo ko tara suru be so le lo so me ba ku che ro ya shi ji le ni suru be bar pa do ko wo o kere ka ta pa ko o ga bo si ko ta ji to we me go be ta pa so be ka ku le cho ga le ma ni ro ni je re fi ma no le ko wa ko e ti le so na be wa ku na ba ji do le za ka le da pa to ko bi ko na ko pa be ji do ko na je ku ko ji guri ke ro jo ko ba o de so we le la ba sa do ba ti guri le be ja sa ro we re ese ma buru buru ka duro ba obe mo ga ni bete do gulu ya na pare
These masquerades in Obolo Ofo community, they are known as entertaining masquerades as they provide vibrant acrobatic entertainment and joy to the community. The dances and display were heavily featured during planting and New Yam festivals to invoke blessings for fertility and bountiful harvests.
Consider my way there. Consider.
Kamedi gata alesisi oga bego gbogoro togo me lare di simbe gbogbo ya dara sa do be silege mo papa gbogbo ri ni o de wa boda bota e ke pecho wa ti oro pa no mo ma ye ma oro gbode ti na to no be ko e sero ga gbogbo ko wa yo ko tra wo taburo ko so wa no to sa no di de ti woro be dan agbadu ko je gbogbo ka mo gbogbo tra kokoro Asude de mo ki wure de ko de nu de buwesi echichi na ọhụ udo dabịa otu moto gasịrị
agbara nga chono yebe dile yini kokor lagana aka ma ka me ku ga bere no no dina la bere te fresh na bere bu be no ma ga ngo ko wa mo bia la ro ngure nsi jo le woro pata ya ze onya ga ijole ya la dibia na agbo onya ga gba pa gbogbo onya la re na pada to ma no ifo goro gere gere ano ma no bo na chi me kiri be na nya
From the eastern part of our country, Nigeria, I sure do know you had an exciting time today watching Obolo Masquerade dance. Yes, colorful display and energetic display, I must tell you. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. Taking you around the world, taking you around Nigeria is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight on the news, Edo State House of Assembly formally converts resignation of former Speaker Blessing Agbewaku to impeachment. IGP pays tributes to 10 slain policemen killed in Kebbi. Alausa says FG turning recovered looted funds into new opportunities for students. Governor Monte Okweholo assures sustainable funding for road projects. Civil society protests at Lagos House of Assembly over alleged land grabbing crisis in Sapata. Thank you for joining us on the menus on ITV. This is Charity Tanko coming live to you from the Abuja Network studio, and joining me from the Benin Network studio is Wilson.
Good evening, Charity. It's a pleasure showing the screen with you tonight. How is Abuja?
Abuja is fine, and same here. It's a pleasure sharing the screen with you after a long while. Yeah. And from our Lagos studio, we have Marcelina. Marcelina, good evening.
Beautiful evening to you, Charity, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Same here, good to see you too. And thank you. Before we move on to the news, we would like to remind you that ITV is live online at www.live.itvradio.ng.com. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV and Radio, on X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now on the news. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has paid tributes to 10 policemen of the Special Intervention Squad who lost their lives during a fierce gun battle with suspected bandits in Kebbi State. Security correspondent John Tena reports that the IGP also promises adequate welfare provisions for the families of the slain officers during a memorial parade in Abuja. The reports.
10 police officers of the Special Intervention Squad are said to have lost their lives during a fierce gun battle with suspected bandits along the Rafin Makuku Axis in Sakaba local government area of Kebbi State on August 10, 2026. To honor the sacrifices of the 10 courageous policemen, the Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu directs the holding of a memorial parade for the officers who died in the line of duty. Speaking during the ceremony, the police boss says the officers displayed courage to the point of death, stressing that the Nigerian police force will forever remember their sacrifices to the country.
These gallant officers died doing what they swore on oath to do: to serve, to protect, and to defend lives and properties. Their sacrifice reminds us that every day, police officers across Nigeria put themselves in harm's way so that millions of Nigerians can live, work, and sleep with a measure of safety and peace.
The IGP also discloses that President Bola Tinubu has approved the payment of outstanding entitlement to the next of kin of slain police officers.
We are not going to ever leave them behind. For your information, backlog of money that are supposed to have been paid for deceased police officers for some time now have just been paid by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So we have something to do for members of the deceased families. And the third question is, some of them who have applied, their families who have applied to join the police, that has been approved. All of them, all the list to give us has been approved.
The Nigerian Police Force uses the occasion to call on Nigerians to pray for and support its men and officers who daily sacrifices their lives for the peace and stability of the country. From Abuja, John Tena, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has opened a new funding pathway for the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, directing that all cleared and unencumbered funds recovered by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, be channeled to the fund to strengthen its long-term financial sustainability and expand access to tertiary education for Nigerian students. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, stated this on Monday in Abuja. Augustine Innocent has details.
Speaking, the Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, described the directive as a significant step towards securing the long-term sustainability of NEL Fund as the student loan program continues to expand. Dr. Alausa said the directive would ensure that resources recovered on behalf of Nigerians are put to productive use, particularly in creating greater opportunities for young people.
Every single Nigerian child in this country, every single Nigerian student in this country should have the best quality and the best education that is comparable to anywhere in the world. And we're seeing a lot of results from Mr. President investment, Mr. President political support, and determination to ensure that our Nigerian education system gets back to where it was 50 years ago.
He noted that the president has directed that funds from unclaimed dividend and dormant accounts be considered for transfer to NEL Fund, subject to the laws governing the respective funds. The minister said the development represents an important opportunity for Nigerian students, particularly as the administration continues to expand access to education and create pathways for young Nigerians to contribute meaningfully to national development.
Times now are great for Nigerian students. You have a president in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that believes fervently and benevolently in education, and also continue to push day and night to ensure that every single Nigerian youth get the best opportunity to be useful to themselves, useful to their community, useful to the country and the global world at large.
Dr. Alausa expressed appreciation to President Tinubu for the political support and funding being provided to advance the administration's education agenda. From Abuja, Augustine Innocent, ITV News.
Over to Benin City, where Wilson is on standby. Wilson, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Charity, and welcome to our Benin studio. If you just joined us, this is ITV News. We'll go on a break. When we return, we'll begin with the news from our Benin studio. Do stay.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned. Residents and business owners along Giwamu Road, including Gapiona Avenue and front of Elema Palace, have made passionate appeals to the government of Edo State to urgently rehabilitate the roads. We'll bring to you details of this report later. Moving on, the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, has assured that his administration will continue to fund and support contractors handling road projects across the state to ensure significant progress before Christmas. Governor Okpewolo, who gave the assurance on Monday after inspecting ongoing work on the Aroromi Agbo Road project in East and Northeast local government area, said the projects were progressing despite the challenges posed by the rainy season. The report is presented by Zainab Mohammed.
Governor Monday Okpewolo said the rainy season had limited construction activities that could be carried out, making drainage works a major focus at the moment.
The work is progressing. By the grace of God, we're looking at, between now and Christmas, what we can achieve.
The governor said the state government would continue to release funds to contractors as resources become available. He reiterated his administration's commitment to providing contractors with the resources needed to sustain work on the projects. The governor expressed optimism that the projects would improve road infrastructure and ease movement for residents and motorists, particularly during the Christmas period.
This is how far they are going. But our own is to make sure that we do our best to see that we fund them. As President released money to us, we also use the money to fund them. So we continue to strive to see that progress is made on this road.
The area manager of the construction company, Setraco Nigeria Limited, Mr. Mitchell Ewu, said the Uruwa-Uromi bypass road would be 9 meters wide on each side, concrete median and street lighting along the route.
Now we can see the drain executed, which is the hardest step of the project and which will take normally time with contractors. After that one, it will be equipment work, just to build up the road with earthwork and then to reach up to asphalt.
Mr. Michael said securing the right of way for the 18.6 meter road, in addition to a drainage corridor of about 20 meters, had posed a major challenge. Zainab Mohammed, ITV.
The Edo State House of Assembly has formally converted the resignation of former Speaker Blessing Agbebako to an impeachment. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagbo reports that the Edo State House of Assembly Fund Management Law and Judicial Financial Autonomy Law of 2023, which sparked a protest on Wednesday last week, were finally amended.
Following a motion moved by the Majority Leader Sunday Ojezeli and seconded by member representing the Isako Central, Oshoma Ahmed, to impeach ex-Speaker Blessing Agbebako on grounds that his earlier resignation did not follow due parliamentary process. Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Yekini Idiaye, confirmed the conversion and reaffirmed Agbebako's suspension.
What attempt to be resignation is not resignation, it is an impeachment.
The former Speaker, Honorable Blessing Agbebako, did not resign based on parliamentary practice. Hence, the resignation has been converted to impeachment.
Speaker Idiaye further directed that all government properties in the former Speaker's possession be submitted to the Clerk of the House before Friday, August 28, 2026, warning that law enforcement agencies would be deployed if the deadline is not met.
Friday, we have no option that we act in law enforcement agent to go after him.
In the same sitting, the Assembly amended two laws that had sparked a protest by legislative staff and judiciary workers last Wednesday. A bill to amend the Edo State House of Assembly Fund Management Law of 2023 and another to amend the Edo State Judicial Financial Autonomy Law of 2023.
To allow for check and balances. This bill does not in any way imply that there is no autonomy.
The House also carried out screening of Mr. Ambrose Ayewoya Kilome for appointment as Executive Chairman of the Edo State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB. The nominee was subsequently confirmed. From the Edo State House of Assembly, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
And now we'll move over to Lagos, where Marcelina is on standby. Marcelina, take it away.
Many thanks, Charity. And right here in Lagos State, some human rights activists and residents of Lagos State on Monday protested to the State House of Assembly demanding permanent to, as a matter of urgency, intervene in the ongoing crisis in Sakpata village before the situation degenerates into loss of lives and properties. The protester told the lawmakers that land grabbers have invaded the community and are trying to cause crisis. Igboji Ikuria completes the report.
Protesting members of civil society groups and members of the public at the Lagos State House of Assembly demanding that the lawmakers must, as a matter of urgency, intervene in what they describe as a time bomb waiting to explode if government and security agents do not call those they describe as land grabbers in Sakpata village in a Tosa local government area to order. The protesters allege that the suspected land grabbers have threatened to turn the village to that of bloodletting and wants the lawmakers to urgently come to the aid of the people.
The government should please call this man to order. It's becoming too much. It's becoming too much, and we will no longer fold our hand. We don't have anywhere to go, and we know that this man is definitely not above the law. Thank you very much.
Addressing the protesters, leaders of the delegations, a member representing Alimosho Constituency 2, Honorable Kendi Joseph, told them to submit their petition to the office of the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, and promised that actions will be taken on it.
Both the man, the police, and since the report is with us in the state, we are still going to look into it. We invite you. I'm assuring you that. Let's have your petition. We are going to invite you. We are going to come to the house and we are going to ask the man that since the state and the assembly that they have sat on the matters and it has been already concluded. So what now, who now gave them that audacity to question what it has been concluded.
At the time of this report, it could not be verified if the alleged land grabbers are still in Sakpata village. From Lagos, Igboji Ikuria, ITV News.
And also some retirees under the contributory pension scheme in Lagos has given August 31st ultimatum to the state government to pay their long-awaited pension, enhancing the wage award or face what they described as the mother of all protests. The protesters said they have communicated a 19-day ultimatum to Governor Sanwo-Olu to credit their accounts of pensioners on the pension increase wage award or face protest action tentatively fixed for August 31st, 2026. The protesting retirees were on the streets brandishing placards to register their demands and insisted that they will not back down if their demands are not met.
We will take a short break, and when we return, we will bring you more stories. To stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Edo State government has engaged heads of ministries, departments and agencies on the implementation of the newly enacted Edo State Revenue Consolidation Account Establishment and Operation Law 2026. The engagement, organized by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Edo State Internal Revenue Service, is aimed at ensuring that government revenues are collected, controlled and accounted for through a centralized system. Donald Eyimie reports.
The stakeholders meeting provided an opportunity for heads of ministries, departments, agencies, and parastatals to understand the provisions of the new Edo State Revenue Consolidation Account Law 2026. A major requirement of the new law is the centralization of revenue generated by MDAs into a unified internally generated revenue account, ending the operation of separate revenue accounts by individual government institutions. The Commissioner for Finance, Engineer Emmanuel Ehidiame Okoebo, stressed the importance of their compliance with the new revenue regime.
When you collect government money, pay to government account, and all
general account that you create outside the account of you to every engineer. So that's what nonsense.
The executive chairman of the Edo State Internal Revenue Service, Mr. John Odio, took stakeholders through the provisions of the new law.
The revenue that are due to Edo State will now be monitored, managed from a central point.
Some participants commended the initiative, describing the centralized revenue system as a step towards greater transparency, accountability, and effective management of Edo State public revenue.
We are going to do control through regular monitoring, audit, reconciliation.
Ensure that every stakeholder, as far as revenue generation is concerned, are brought up to speed, with regards to the new law that has just been signed by His Excellency Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo.
An opportunity to, consolidate on the great gain of revenue generation in Edo State.
Rub minds together on the new law involving revenue collection.
Stakeholders have been given a 14-day ultimatum to comply by disclosing their existing revenue accounts, transferring outstanding balances into the approved IGRO account, and closing those accounts. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
The Edo State government has issued a certificate of license to Edo North Electricity Company Limited for the generation and distribution of 200 megawatts of electricity in a move aimed at advancing the state's decentralization of power generation and distribution. The certificate of license was presented by the Edo State Commissioner for Power, Honorable Paul Usembo, to the Edo North Electricity Company Limited for the generation and distribution of 200 megawatts of electricity. Donald Eimiye reports.
The issuance of the 200 megawatt license of generation and distribution to the Edo North Electricity Company Limited is expected to contribute to industrial growth, support businesses, and stimulate economic activities by providing a more reliable electricity supply in the district. The Commissioner for Power, Honorable Paul Usembo, SCN, described the license as a significant step in the state government's effort to decentralize the power sector.
What has been done is a major step for the company, who having scaled through rigorous financial and technical reviews over the past few months. Now they are set to hit the ground rolling.
Also in attendance with the Commissioner of Oil and Gas, Professor Ignatius Omaodion.
The backbone of every economy and development is electricity. And I'm glad that Mr. Governor, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, is passionate about bringing light to our people.
Receiving the licenses on behalf of the company, the Executive Director, Trade and Marketing, Edo North Electricity Company Limited, Mr. Nosai Imansuem, and the Director of Investment, Mr. Livon Mekoyan, appreciated the Edo State government for the gesture.
The major aim of the Edo North Electricity Company Limited is to make sure we have a major booster in the electricity power supply in the Edo North axis, because there are some communities in Edo North that for years they've not been able to see power. They don't have lights in such communities.
If you have power, you can develop any project. If you have power, it's not possible at all. That's why we have decided to help the government of Edo State.
The event was attended by management staff of the Ministry of Power, including the Functional Permanent Secretary, Engineer Stephen Uyekme, and other stakeholders in the electricity sector. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
The Nigerian Air Force has intensified air operations against terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, and other criminal elements across Northwest. In a statement in Abuja, NAF Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Ehime Jodame, said the increased air presence in Sokoto State is aimed at supporting ongoing joint security operations. He said the deployment will enhance area surveillance and rapid response while helping security forces locate and disrupt criminal elements operating in different terrain. The chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, said the NAF would continue to deploy air power strategically in support of ground forces and other security agencies. Aneke stressed that intelligence-led operations and effective coordination with surface forces remain critical to confronting the evolving security challenges. He also assured that the Nigerian Air Force would maintain the highest regard for civilian safety while working to restore peace and stability across the Northwest. The Air Force urged members of the public to support security operations by providing timely and credible information to the appropriate authorities. The Okaigele of Okoko community, Emmanuel Adams, has warned against the illegal buying and selling of Obas land, government lands, and community land within the community. The warning was handed down during an interface meeting between the Okaigele elders, leaders, and members of Okoko community, convened to promote peace, unity, accountability, responsible land administration, and community development. The report is presented by Evans Unokuge.
Attendees expressed appreciation for the appointment of Okaigele Emmanuel Adams to oversee the administration of the community, including the management of the Oba of Benin's land, pending the installation of a new Ojionwe after the passage of the former. Addressing the gathering, Okaigele of Okohu, Adams Emmanuel called for cooperation, restraint, and collective responsibility, while urging prospective land buyers and sellers to properly verify ownership and obtain the necessary authorization before entering into any transaction. He announced the constitution of an 11-man unity and peace restoration committee headed by Honorable John Utabo. The committee is scheduled for inauguration at a later date. The meeting resolved that farmers occupying or cultivating Oba of Benin's land, government land, or community land were also directed to submit their relevant document to the Okaigele. Some elders of Okohu community speak on the outcome of the meeting.
Owing to the directive by the Oba, the Okaigele should henceforth take charge of the administration of affairs of Okohu.
Our royal father, Oba Ewari II, for able to resolve these matters that have been lingering over the decades of years.
Present at the meeting include Honorable Sunday Osazemide, Honorable John Utabo, Honorable Desmond Ogbo, Honorable Festus Oyema, Mr. Osagiato Osayande, Gabriel Omoyi. Others are Pa Roland Edokbayi, Mrs. Eki Johnson, and Mrs. Omoye Unyime. Evans Unekogie, ITV News.
We will take another break. We'll be right back.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers round their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real.
you have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned. Muslims worldwide will on Tuesday celebrate the Eid al-Mawlud, which is the birthday of Prophet Muhammad. Muslims in Benin City are getting set to mark the day just as some Muslim leaders express their readiness to celebrate the day. Adeze Ibis report is presented by Efosa Owangwe.
Eid al-Mawlud, which is to mark the birth of Prophet Muhammad, enjoins Muslims and citizens alike to be encouraged to reflect on compassion, humility, and service. The day encourages Muslims to unite and urge leaders for prayers that will focus on peace, national unity, and mutual respect across all faiths. A Muslim leader, Muhammad Abdullahi, in an interview says Eid al-Mawlud is a celebration that all Muslims worldwide have to celebrate, saying that it's the birth of their Prophet Muhammad. He said it is a celebration that can be celebrated at any time, stating that in the global world, most of the religions have been divided, as majority of the Muslims see the celebration just the way Christians celebrate Christmas, though it's about celebrating Prophet Muhammad.
It's a day set aside by the progressive-minded Muslims who decided to use the day to recognize the tremendous contribution of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to the development of humanity.
Sheikh Abdul Fatai in Abolele, Chief Imam Benin Mosque, says it's a day set aside by the progressive-minded Muslims who have decided to recognize Prophet Muhammad to the benefit of humanity.
Eid al-Mawlud we did do because of to praise our messenger and the history of our messenger. Now that one we read that day. All over the year, till year don't come back, we see the do.
An Islamic scholar, Mohammed Gaba, says it is important for Muslims to celebrate the Prophet because of the history surrounding the celebration. He said it is something that occurs over the years. The federal government declared Tuesday, August 25th as public holiday to mark this year's Mawlud.
Eid al-Mawlud, we Muslims believe, is the birth of our holy Prophet, Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That is why when it comes to that day, all Muslims gather together to celebrate Eid al-Mawlud.
From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has forecast cloudy conditions and thunderstorms across several parts of the country on Monday. The agency says the north is expected to experience patches of clouds in the morning, followed by thunderstorms and moderate rainfall in the afternoon and evening. In the north-central, isolated thunderstorms are expected over the FCT, Nasarawa, Benue, Kogi, Niger, and Plateau states. Southern states are also expected to experience cloudy skies and rainfall, particularly over parts of Ebonyi, Enugu, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. NIMET has advised residents in flood-prone and low-lying areas to remain vigilant and avoid driving or walking through flooded roads. The agency also warned that strong winds may precede thunderstorms and advised residents to disconnect electrical appliances where necessary during the thunderstorms. Airline operators have equally been advised to obtain airport-specific weather information from NIMET for safe flight planning. The Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, has introduced an online system allowing 2026 UTME candidates to verify and upload their O-level results from home. The news service, initially covering results issued by the West African Examination Council, WAEC, is designed to reduce candidates' dependence on CBT centers and eliminate long queues during peak periods. In a statement, JAMB Acting Director of Public Affairs and Protocol, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, said the system would make the process faster, safer, and more convenient. Under the new arrangement, candidates' results will be electronically verified directly with examination borders before being uploaded to their JAMB profile. The board said the system would also help prevent the submission of fraudulent or unverified results and reduce errors associated with manual entry of subjects and grades. To use the service, candidates are required to obtain a result verification code through the designated portal using their NIN, examination details, and email address and phone number. After verification, candidates can submit the code through designated JAMB short code and complete the upload through their e-facility dashboard. JAMB says the initiative is part of its digital transformation drive aimed at reducing physical visits, paperwork, and queues while improving the overall experience of candidates. A major land warning has been issued in Edo State as the owner of a large parcel of land in Benin City cautions the public against fraudulent dealings. The notice published in some national papers warned members of the public, banks, and real estate agents to stay away from a disputed property located at Ohatu Community, kilometer 15 along the Benin Saple Road in Benin City. Sonny Duke Okosun reports.
The notice published in some national newspapers warns members of the public, banks, and real estate agents to stay clear of a disputed property located at Ohatu Community, kilometer 15 along the Benin Saple Road in Benin City. According to the notice, the land measures approximately 1,300 feet by 1,200 feet by 1,500 feet by 1,000 feet by 200 feet by 350 feet, is covered by Property Survey Plan number JAO/ED 2024/01 as prepared by Surveyor J.A. Osazua of Ogbezanza Street, Benin City. The claimant, Honorable Saroy Bizugbe of number 43 Owina Street off Sokumba Road, Benin City, says he is the rightful owner of the land based on a judgment delivered by the Edo State High Court of Justice, Benin City.
All that parcel of land in Ohatu Community belonging to my late father, and all the illegal occupants on that property should vacate that property.
Honorable Ibizugbe warned that anyone who deals with the land does so at their own risk and peril, as he has not authorized any agent to act on his behalf, raising an alarm over what he called 419 imposters who may attempt to fraudulently sell or collect money on the property.
Stay away from our property. We have not authorized anybody to sell any portion of that land.
Honorable Bizugbe said he is perplexed at the trends in the society where people disregard decisions of constituted authorities like the ruling of His Royal Majesty Oba of Benin, the judgment of the High Court of Justice on the matter, urging the state to rise to the occasion and strengthen the institutions of governance to administer severe consequences for disobedience to the rule of law.
I want to use this medium to advise those illegal occupants, please, in the interest of peace, vacate my father's land.
From Benin, Sonny Duke Okosun, ITV News.
The Hotel and Personal Service Senior Staff Association, an affiliate of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, has commenced a picketing exercise at Abuja Continental Hotel over alleged unfair labor practices and poor working conditions. The union is also protesting issues surrounding workers' unionization and freedom of association. The workers said repeated efforts to meet with the hotel management to resolve the issue has been unsuccessful. The protest resulted in the blocking of the hotel's entrance as union members attempted to lock the premises. Police officers and some hotel officials, however, resisted the move. The union says the action is aimed at drawing attention to its grievances and pressing for improved working conditions and respect for workers' rights. 7 people have been killed and 2 others injured in a multiple road crash on the Bafo section of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in Ogun State. The Ogun State Sector Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps (FRSC) said the crash occurred around midnight at Karai Bafo and involved 3 vehicles: a HOWO CNG truck, a Mack trailer, and a Mitsubishi Canter. The sector commander said all 9 victims were male, with 7 confirmed dead and 2 injured. Federal Road Safety Corps officials arrived at the scene shortly after receiving the distress call, while the deceased were evacuated by the Ogun State Ambulance Service and the injured taken for medical treatment. The FRSC identified speed violations as a suspected cause of the crash, pending further investigation. The sector commander, Oludare Ogunjobi, urged motorists, particularly drivers of articulated vehicles, to avoid excessive speed, maintain safe distances, and exercise extra caution when driving at night. He commiserated with the families of the deceased and wished the injured victims a speedy recovery. We will take another break. Please don't go away.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of
And now talking business, oil prices fell by more than 2% on Monday as investors weigh a fresh United States plan to intensify economic pressure on Iran. Both major crude benchmarks declined by about 2.3%, with Brent crude trading at around $92 a barrel. Investors are also closely watching development in the technology sector, with Asian markets largely lower amid concerns over the sustainability of the artificial intelligence investment boom. Attention is focused on chip makers NVIDIA, whose upcoming earnings report is expected to provide fresh insight into the strength of global AI markets. Meanwhile, Chinese technology giant Alibaba plans to raise about $10.2 billion through a new share issue in Hong Kong to fund its global artificial intelligence expansion. And in the world of entertainment, British actress Lucy Davis has thanked fans for their support as she made her first public appearance since revealing that she has incurable breast cancer. The 53-year-old actress appeared at a science fiction convention in London, where she spoke to hundreds of fans about her role in the 2004 comedy film Shaun of the Dead. David was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer around a year and a half ago and recently revealed that the disease has spread to her bones. During the event, she described the support from fans and the wider film community as overwhelming, saying she was grateful for the kindness shown to her. David signed autographs and posed for photographs before joining director Edgar Wright and actor Simon Pegg on a panel discussing Shaun of the Dead. And now talking sports, Rangers emerged champions of Nigerian Premier Football League Preseason Invitational Tournament following a 1-0 victory over Plateau United in the final at the new Jos Stadium. Justice Akugre was a hero for Rangers, scoring the decisive goal in the 28th minute. Akugre rose on challenge inside the box to power home a header after a corner was delivered into the area. Plateau United pushed for an equalizer after the break, but Rangers shot firm defensively to protect their advantage and secure the trophy. In the third place playoff, Mighty Jet edged Casilla United 1-0 in another closely contested encounter. Tochukwu Ibedu netted the winning goal in the 39th minute, producing a clinical finish to hand Mighty Jets victory and third position in the tournament. And for more reports trending in the world of sport, let's join our correspondent from the sports decks.
Nigeria beach volleyball players Esther Mba and Pamela Bauer have returned home after making history by securing qualification for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. The African champions were received by officials of Nigeria Volleyball Federation and the National Sports Commission upon their arrival in the country. Speaking at the reception, NSC representative Bora Ikana, Nigeria Olympic Committee President Engineer Abu Gume, and Nigeria Volleyball Federation President Engineer Musa Nimrod commended the players for their historic achievement and highlighted the significance for the growth and development of beach volleyball in Nigeria.
We great. We want to congratulate the team, the Federation, the National Sports Commission, and Nigeria in general, and being that that's the first team that's qualified from Nigeria.
Now this is the fourth one. Now I want to say that it is God, it's not woman being. Please, let's get this clear. It is God Almighty that gave us this victory.
That is very important, that we have to make everything humanly possible so that when we go to Los Angeles with this our beach volleyball team, again we can be able to make Nigeria proud.
The leader of the delegation, Chinedu Nikeko, alongside the team's coach and captain, spoke on the warm reception and reflected on team's impressive performance and historic Olympic qualification.
When you think of how many teams that came there, and when you see some of them, their height, see their physique, you see the environment, you ask yourself, how did God do this? It can only be God.
That we just need the support, that all the necessary preparation that we need to have before the Los Angeles, we need the support of the federal government and all the women in Nigeria.
The reception at the airport was really warm, and it made us feel like home appreciates us.
Nigeria's historic qualification marks a major milestone for the country's beach volleyball program, while opening another opportunity for Nigeria athletes to compete on the world's biggest sporting stage. From Abuja, Tolulokpa Butime, ITV News.
If can't win for qualification for the Super Eagles, neither did they win for the Falcons. Even the Flying Eagles didn't succeed, but thank God for our volleyball players. They did us proud. Congratulations to them. Before we call it a wrap on the news, let's take a look at some of the stories that made the headlines. Edo State House of Assembly has formally converted the resignation of former Speaker Blessing Agbebako to impeachment. IGP Tunji Disu has paid tribute to 10 slain policemen killed in Kebbi. Minister of Education Alausa has disclosed federal government plans to recover looted funds into new opportunities for students. Governor Mondo Pevolo has assured of sustainable funding for road projects. And that's it on ITV News Tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Thank you so much for spending part of your evening with us. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirists, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, you know, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. You know, there are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders, so we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? All right, it's good to have you in the house. Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. Yeah, he took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course, and he goes by the name of
Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, showcase and show what the guys is all about, anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially, the good and the bad. We don't have to be biased. Understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you will discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme, right? Some of them do some very crazy things, only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional, expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. Lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself, first, is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. It's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youth don't have. Now when these emotions come, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control of our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. People tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. That curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions instead of sitting down to say, what will be the resultant effect of this particular thing? But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It is almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over, that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they are able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest, they say, is history. Now, that was at the height of the man's excitement, right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women and children, but men are supposed to be in charge, of course, right? They're supposed to be at the helm of affairs. And then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went.
Of course.
Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right, sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. You know, and we need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down. All right, better for you to calm down and think. We shouldn't.
Some will even recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say, salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak. The apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get it? So I think people should, most of the time, they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are, we have some people that are belligerent. You get it? So when they're in particular situation, they should try to, keep calm. Just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. You get it? Sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get it? These some persons there in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they allowed, you get, so they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like this is how she respond in situation. For example, now, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they just begin to call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from.
Like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be placid. Not so fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? Some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? And that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that experience just, comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this, to a very large extent, has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this, lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation.
Meditation, premeditation. You see some of these things that people do out of, I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. Though some persons are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend and immerse it in water and all that. That's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some ladies that cannot, there are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. They should learn to always guide their hearts. Not many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and decide to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before in that thing. Not you trying to just get everything that is before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves
before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability. And that's should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, oh yeah, I did this and this is why I did it and I'm sorry, they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right, there is this cliche which Nigerians always use, is the devil's work.
Okay.
All right, it's not the devil's work, it's inbuilt, it's in you. You need to be cultured, you need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to, there's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage. Sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. Like you rightfully said, see, these things they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right, and some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the comeuppance for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think, process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, why don't you get angry? Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can't spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get? So we just need to have,
those are your personal measures.
Yeah. So I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So whether I start singing, even if you reach you, but I don't care. You get? So for peace to reign, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before you everything will be cool.
All right, guys, in case you're just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day, because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in being yourself and expressing yourself, but it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion, else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah, they are.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions, you must not throw stones at every dogs that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving. Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see, the effects of emotional outburst, most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a little different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fights start, but we don't know how it ends. So if you know you don't know how a fight is going to end, then don't start the fight.
Don't start the fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you are able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, you know, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, you know, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing some my veins, you know, everything. So I want to let the person know. There'll be a way. I have to take the person away from the public or from that place, so that person will not feel embarrassed. And I'll take the person to a particular place and start first. See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just begin
in a hostile manner.
Just be shouting and everything. It deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. You get, if the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So you don't just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather, make things, ameliorate things.
Okay.
You get, so it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach. Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Okay.
Maybe instead of saying it, and before you know it creates rancor, state of agibagi, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. You can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself in order not to add fuel to fire, you must learn to put words in order. You know, when a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. Yeah. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cost for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. You just have to calm down sometimes. You see, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. You may never believe. You may never sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not helping you.
Yeah, of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel somebody tells you this particular thing you're saying?
Shoes,
okay. So you just need to calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I begin to think like, this what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just send somebody a message.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes I just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about, I know on the final note though, I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah, so would that be your final word on this?
Yeah, everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay.
Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. Keep moving and be focused.
All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking our time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you will be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronx. And tonight, we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
RTV, certainly the best.
the rainy season continues, some fresh vegetables are now more available in our markets. Today, we're taking a closer look at some vegetables such as ugu, also known as pumpkin, okra, and garden egg. These vegetables, aside their nutritional value, are also very, very important in some of our Nigerian meal and soup. So, now we are here to know how much they are currently sold for and if consumers, or rather customers, are finding them more available and affordable here in the market. It is Market Survey on Independent Television, and we are here currently in the market to get to know the current price of these vegetables. I am Stephanie Notodua. Don't go nowhere, it is Market Survey.
Every day, markets across
ITV.
Chris, you hear me? Hello, Chris. Okay, now, just Mark go straight to the question there. When Frank they talk, they say, you not sure say any of these political parties, maybe the opposition go win this 2027. Say because we are not joined together. So if I ask you now, as a spokesman of move, go ahead, going forward.
Ask me that question.
Okay.
When we ask him,
okay,
we must answer him.
Okay, what will be the strongest point of the opposition right now?
They don't really get any strong thing to withstand the ruling party. That's also because they don't come up with any new thing. What do they talk about? After the ruling party don't talk something, they'll come react. You talk your own. Now when you talk your own, people come and say, okay, these points you get as a bit. Just like Oga Atiku talk say, if they vote for an he win, he can become president of Nigeria 2027, he go bring back subsidy. They don't want to see, hey, we still think camp. But the other candidates, now when the President Ahmed Tinubu talk something, they will react to them. You come up with your own. Nobody for you to review or moderate waiting person talk. So that's why I feel say they don't really get any strong thing where they want campaign with. So if we hook up to them again now, if we give one thing, they will go react to that. So most times now, reactionary propaganda they get.
Okay, Chris, you hear me now?
Okay, I don't hear you.
Okay, go ahead. You hear the question I ask you, right?
I'm not here.
The question be say, what do I want to give to Nigerians? What is our strongest point or that thing when say we will tell Nigeria we make Nigerians okay, this will go make the change. What do I want make Nigerians see? What they never see before. What do I want change? What do I want bring on board?
Wetin we want bring on board now? Wetin be the need when Nigeria gets things? The truth be say, those needs, there is no way where you will go begin talk wetin that they call Oyibo they call abstraction. The needs of Nigeria they clear. Nigeria they hungry. Nigeria need to dey eat. To live normal life, you go need make you eat. You go need make your body dey well. You go need make you go school. The road where you dey waka, you go good make that road smooth so that you go fit waka around well. So people wey dey talk say, man, na talk, they will not go talk wetin dey moon. Wetin will be the ask government will be there before now, so make you just let us, make we fit get all these things. So one of the things where you see our presidential candidate talk so, now wetin go free money, make money dey hand to take do all those things. Before, wetin Nigeria they call subsidy of petroleum, na thief. People go bring receipts come because they close to government. They go say they don't import
ITV.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Production. This man since 2023 has been preaching this mantra, but Nigeria keep recycling the same question. What do you want to do that you want to change Nigeria? He's the only man who has been consistent with it. He has been consistent with the fact that our foreign exchange policy is nebulous. You know, our foreign exchange policy, nobody knows what will happen. Today, the Naira not destabilized. But people, when Jonathan come on, Naira number 145 to 157. APC, the diabolical government, they come, they say, they go change 1 naira to 1 naira. The most clueless president when don't rule Nigeria, Buhari, he said go change 1 naira to 1 naira. Una journalists now ask him one day, why he never change 1 naira to 1 naira? He spent 8 years, he ruined our economy, he leave the thing for over 500 naira. You know, now his twin brother, who is even more diabolical, Tinubu don't take over. You know how much you take to buy naira now? Naira to the dollar, 1,500. Can you imagine? Those days when they grow up, now lira, Italian lira. Now they see like that when we say $1, you get about 1,500 lira. I noticed it for my lifetime, so we will ever see that one. And that is why Peter Obi said of our party NDC, say we will ensure say we address the value of the naira, appropriate value of the naira. You don't just sit down mathematically to fix the value of the naira. It has to be a reflection of your fiscal and monetary policy. It has to be a reflection of what you contribute to the global economy. And that is why I talk say if we could get productive economy, the actual value of the naira will be reflected. Make I also tell you, say, make we not deceive ourselves. Even all these foreign nations, why we say no matter how poor British economy be, now they say they get the highest currency for the world. In that sense, a conscious policy pronouncement, you go and just say your money not say those they devalue like that. So we go do conscious policy to ensure say our money not fall below certain level. It don't come. And it doesn't when this security when they ravage Nigeria so when they not it really come to big business for everybody, it go make sure say apart from say because they want to election now, APC government come they announce salary increment for soldiers and they want to put our party candidate for trouble. They say it doesn't mean soldier not collect salary. He said, "No, tell them. Apart from all this kind of cosmetic approach, we go ensure say all the security agencies, not only soldiers, they are not only well paid, they are well equipped. But the most important thing now, the trust of the people and the trust of our partners. You don't know, say until recently, America not they cooperate with us again for security. Waiting happen. They want cooperate with us. Say they want go capture the kidnappers when he kidnap our Chibok girls and the rest. They say they go pour one chemical for them, make all of them sleep. They'll pick them one by one. Before the day when the Americans, the followers go there, as they reach there, all the Boko Haram fighters, they don't wear mask. Traitors when you fool our this thing. He said, he go stop that one. But if we stop him, we will check this insecurity. Insecurity now big business. We for NDC, under the leadership of Peter Obi, go make sure say security not be big business for the big boys in the politics and the security agencies. So we go to say, we don't talk that one several times. We go do that one. And the issue of youth unemployment. Everybody go to say, children, they use Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo. My brother, if people don't get opportunity to realize their potential after their training, they go look for alternatives. But when you produce, when you create what you call enabling environment for everybody to thrive, to pursue ambition to the best of his ability after sound educational training, you go see say all this crime will naturally reduce. And this is now waiting NDC don't promise under the leadership of our candidate Peter Obi. So these are the many things when we don't tell Nigerians, but me don't tire, I don't feel they talk again. Any interview when you go, the key after you, waiting I want to do and I want to turn Nigeria. I mean, now one make we talk to we miracle worker. We'll not be a miracle worker, but we are going to be sincere with Nigeria. Say these are the policies when we want to do. Like this subsidy when they talk now. They say you remove subsidy, yet you see they borrow. Yet you say they recover money from corrupt people. You see they borrow. You know why? Because APC never fit differentiate between the difference between governance and politics. They never fit differentiate between public resources and private money. To the extent when we say one president go wake up one day saying he want to do Coastal Road, when you know pass through appropriation for National Assembly, those kind of fiscal irresponsibility will go stop him. You never, if you even the talk say Coastal Road they good, yeah fine. You don't repair the existing road. You don't see how many hours they say they spend for Benin Agbo Road. You don't know how many hours they spend for Benin Lagos Road. You never repair those ones because you want thief money. They say you want to do Coastal Road. I beg now this thing you want to do. You don't tell what they talk on. Nigerians, I beg gonna no say this is not what you want to do. Instead of always asking us what do you want to do. Our presidential candidate don't release the manifesto, or at least through his broadcast. Everything they there. We are the only veritable option. Make us speak Oyibo reported for there. When you go to change this country? For now.
Okay. Yes. Finally, Eugene.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, we hear everything when they talk now about your principal. Super principal. These are two principal you get. You get principal for Edo and you get for Abuja. Now your super principal. All the activity got their point to her. For what you do here, you just say your guy get you up soon.
Well, for me, I don't see any opposition as it is today for Nigeria. I don't see any party when you go feel remove win Baba, our president, our likable president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because these two people, when they campaign both NDC and ADC, they don't go even use them compare the president because they not be stable person. They are not reliable. So waiting the president don't even do so far. I hear when that man mentioned the Coastal Road, mentioned that thing. Yes, so many things don't destroy before, but see, Bola Ahmed Tinubu enter, many things don't change for this country, whether you like it or not. The way of what we experienced before, the way of insecurity, it has reduced to the barest minimum. With the here kidnapping, here this and that, at least it's something you can even count for these few
this year when our 4 years when our Baba won't complete. So for the people, Obi is not a serious-minded person. The article, not be serious-minded person. And Tinubu is facing Nigeria. And this, what we are saying now, the issue of subsidy he mentioned. Yes, the removal of subsidy have actually, it don't help our people. When you look at some states, for example, before now, they were not really working, doing so many things. Now we can see what the some state governor, what they are doing. Example like Edo, we can see the good job the governor is doing. Because these are money we are recovering for the removal of the fuel subsidy. And our governor don't tell us, say, see how Baba they help am. Make sure say this money they come to stay the way it go be. So when you look at those states as a case study, we are doing very well here, and the governor is doing extremely well. So for that reason, I will tell you for free this evening, no opposition as it is today. Nobody can win Bola Ahmed Tinubu because Nigeria believe in him. The only thing I go tell our people is to get patient with the president as we move ahead, and he will win the election because he get good mind, he get good plan. So he mentioned the issue of the coastal road. Last week, I was in Lagos. I passed through that road. By the time he finished that road, it will get across some of these our states in Niger Delta and another. And he's doing a lot over there. So let us not bring a man who not this stable, who tomorrow will be here and be there. Make we support.
Like who now?
Yeah, we have to. Tinubu definitely will return back. He will win the election.
I know. You say they not bring any man who not this stable.
No, they talk about Obi, they talk about Atiku. Now that one you want to, now that one, they are not serious-minded people now.
How you say to say, when she ask you, stay say they not be serious-minded?
No, a man will not be managing home. Tomorrow here, next tomorrow there. Is that the man that will govern the country? Go and look at the antecedents. So President Tinubu is the best among all of them. And the man is doing well. I believe after this, another 4 years he will spend, by the grace of God, he will win. Let them not start wasting their energy. And at the end of the day, we'll have a better Nigeria. And things are changing, whether we like it or not. All those roads, he's fixing road, he's doing a lot. And so before the end of his next 4 years, we will have a better Nigeria so far. So, Mr. Akpololo, you were in Coastal Road recently, not quite long, like a month ago. I saw the video. And all that. You try to monitor some of the activity to balance the equation. So you will be, nobody can convince me or tell me that what is the essence of that road. When I know how you're going to link the whole entire south and all that. So what we need to do, like in area of agriculture, you have done so well. Now we are not relying on our self-production. Unlike everything, importation. So these are something that is growing on. A farmer can go to farm. You can farm. He's empowering them, giving them soft low. He's helping the farmer to grow their, have their own production, produce and all that. So I don't think there is anybody that have a good mind, have a good idea, have that boldness to govern this country, like President Ahmed Tinubu. So I urge every one of us, everybody should support him to finish his 8 years, and I know there will be a better Nigeria at the end of the day. Thank you, my brother.
Okay, Frank, before we come back to them, you see the man also the major political party now. That one he talk for APC, this one talk for NDC. Thank God the National Publicity Secretary of the NDC did with us here, also director also from Edo State, and of course Chris Ojikeretu from the AGC too is here. But political science students, they say the fragmentation of these different opposition parties. Now, Labour Party, AAC, NDC, AGC, then the old Najuk Day, a lot of them like that, and even this other party too. I think SDP too, you know, putting all of them together. Other people, they say, like, when you read the history of ANC in South Africa, for instance, as ANC, now fragment of different opposition will come together, will come from that party. And today, that ANC it was formed, I think, around 1912. It's almost one of the oldest political parties in the world, right? But as we don't get this kind of thing, don't you think my minus will be going forward in this election?
I don't first talk on before, just that the other people don't want to agree. Now, when you did United, when Oga Atiku and that of Peter Obi, they ADC, now that I think get small hope say they'll fight the ruling party. But for PDP, the actors don't tear. Tear, you know, if patch them again.
How do you mean see that tear?
Because they get a lot of court cases.
PDP now be ADC, which one?
PDP.
Okay.
So now initially that PDP be one try oppose APC, but the internal fragmentation, their crisis, the center not hold again. So for ADC to constantly fragment to ADC and NDC, that one should say among themselves they're not united. If you give those kind of people power, that's why they go fragment Nigeria. Because you don't do blood say if they don't agree, you scatter them. They don't agree, you scatter them. What me for advise them, NDC, ADC, and the rest, when they go start from local government elections. So that anything that they propose now, they go test run them. Because you never do this thing before. That's why you want to make petrol become this. That's why you want to create job. That's why you want to connect light from sun to house. That's why you want to put borrow for SI River. There are opportunity for them to stock anything. But we never test to them. We will be common masses. We never test to them. It's the same thing. You start with local government now. You come by local government, you go local government. You can't do it, you can't better. Now we were there for a local government. Now we'll say, the way it be now, enter Mubaka, both form one strong body to present candidates for House of Reps, a Mubaka constituency. We never test to them. So anything where they tell me now, and to a lot of Nigerians, now just theory. Because they see what the ruling party they do. So if the ruling party do A, they say not B. If they do B, they say not C. Now so they say the campaign. So you the money want to do all these projects. Where you want from get them? Me for like here now. Now so they want to do coastal roads or even Pentecostal roads. You want to do all those roads. Where you want to get the money? So just say you go do them, me not go vote. But if you tell me how you take raise the money, take do them, I feel change my mind. That is all campaign. We don't know your address. Address in the sense that what they call antecedents. We never see anything where you don't do. Like for those states now, the ruling party now clear the 18. We not see another party where it fall in a drag. Where they will present any candidate at all.
So they see the boycott and say this is a booby.
Down lazy man talk. You for struggle small. You can't knock you for ground 3 times. You say you try. At least that attempt. You know me, but you don't attempt time. Those states local government election.
No. Even leave those states local government. Use your shoe and equity.
Yes, Osho Ekiti. That should say the ruling party not really one which hunts other parties. Not the APC win Osho now. And the way they fight for Osho, the party where the governor dey now, they feel stand tomorrow, say a local government election, they feel bring out candidates. But those stay with me know, I don't see another political party where I go vote. I don't see any opposition to say that they are what they call them now? Whether candidates or party agents.
Yes.
Nobody appear. So now from the grassroots, now you go climb.
Okay, Chris.
Are there?
When I bring this topic come, I put up for one of my social media handles, and about 3 people say we can ask you this question. So just answer this question. I think 3 years ago or so, your principal, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, say in the next 100 days for a campaign, he will remove subsidy. Now, he don't turn the thing again. Why you be like that?
Is this the talk?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Hello?
No, go ahead, we don't hear you.
Hello?
We don't hear you, Chris.
check your this thing. I know they hear you. They make one.
Okay. What's
You
up
dey hear
there?
me?
Yeah.
You dey hear me?
I dey hear you, sir. Okay, yes. Let me come to you, Osadaeto. Going forward, a lot of people they talk say you na one person wey say before you join this party, you be activist. Please just hold on first. Let me talk to Osadaeto. Osadaeto, you are an activist, very strong one. And the strength of the opposition for what we read from the history of ANC in South Africa, now the coming together of the opposition. You know, so say this when say everybody they do among the opposition party now, it go use any result.
The truth be say.
No.
The truth be say.
Osadaeto.
Yeah, the truth be say. They say there is strength in unity, and when people come together, if the opposition come together,
yes,
they will be stronger. We not feel deceive ourselves about that. That is very true. However, I don't want to make also they go on with this narrative as if now only two-party system now go fit tackle Nigeria issue. That means all the opposition have to come together to fight the ruling party. That's the only way we can defeat them. No. Even when the so-called APC come in 2015, we know all the other hard tactics. Don't even want the party come together now. Now, fragment of about 5 governors from the ruling party then and 1 governor from Afghan, you know. So, but there were still a lot of other parties there. Because I see say they mentioned the SDP now, Donald Duke, and there were a lot of other parties there. Labour Party, Zenith, Labour Party, even the SDP, everybody, up to under 20 candidates, you know. But yet, the APC, it win. Yeah, people, they talk, say, make them come together because of the thing when they don't see, say, APC, they do. No person, when you want to tell himself the truth, when you not go tell you, say, the APC government, they desperate. Then they're very desperate to hold on to power. And like I talked just now, the unfortunate thing be say they never differentiate between governance and politics. Their own are politics throughout. When they win election, right from when they swear Baba in for Eagle Square, now that they begin the campaign for second term. That will not be the way to rule a country. Anyway, not to divert from the issue you said. Yes, it's better if we have come together. But if we don't come together among the opposition, let's not be using that word fragmentation. That is what multi-party democracy is all about. Among the opposition, the people know who they want to vote for. The electorate, the voters, they are not fragmented. They are united. They know what they want. You see what happened for Osun? If you allow vote count, we not say nobody go fit stop Peter Obi now. And person go to talk say, you see, I know they really like to talk about personality. Because my brother they went the APC. You know, he don't know Tinubu reach me. So, but I don't want to talk about people. You know, these na people when we dey together. You know, so make we not just go there at all. If they talk, say what you don't do with it, you don't know Peter Obi. You don't know what you do for Anambra. Person when take education from Anambra from the almost last position to number 1. When he saw the security situation, people, if you get insecurity, you not go get investment now. He saw all those one. One time he said, even my brother went there for APC. The only way when I go even tell him, 2 people when they in party, when they campaign for president now, Daniel Bwala, the video there everywhere. He saying your Ghana tax collector, say he not do anything for Lagos. All he they do na tax, he they collect tax. And now the thing they still they do for federal level now. Festus Keyamo, he sue him, go House of Assembly that time. He say principal not get certificate. Say he no work. So if you want to talk of people when they don't know, now they are principal now. So now my friend, I don't want to make them they push me to this thing. So make we not just they do issue politics of personality. Make we face issues. Because if you talk say who they don't know, now their person they don't know. Now we know Obi, we know the school when you go. So make we leave that matter because if we want make we talk, we go talk. So not be today we start this thing. I don't fear any human being. Yes.
As if I teach you one language for what you say point. So maybe they don't let you point because if you point, the ground will scatter.
Yeah, so make them not let me point because ground will scatter. Because now since 1995 or 94, now since 1992, I know Baba when I report National Assembly. So all this one when they say that they defend and so they don't know 100 of what I know. So make them not just go there at all. But me, I don't make up my mind say I not go do politics of attacking personality. Make we talk about issues. It never perform. Road, they not fit pass Lagos Benin Road. You go to do Coastal Road. See how many people depend for Benin Agbo Road. You go to do Coastal Road. It be like person when you no get pants, you go to buy trousers. You wear trousers, no pants inside. Oga, you no know say that make thing go to dance for this thing for road. I bet make we leave that thing. And then you want to do Coastal Road. You know do appropriation. You know pass on through National Assembly. Now so now democracy be this.
All right, Chris. Because of time, we talk to Chris. Chris, you there? Okay, quickly go straight to question because of time. Now, your principal, he talk about subsidy. Why he can't reverse him again? Say he will bring back subsidy. When you say he take a campaign, I think 2023 or something, right?
Make I take Oyibo talk the parable. They say wise men sometimes change their mind, but fools never. Society, the clothes where you wear 3 years ago, maybe not being you they wear now. Society now what Oyibo they call dynamic. And then facts about what they go on for society, as you they know and I be learning. Now, the time where our principal talk about subsidy, we not get alternative to subsidy at that time. So now he talk say, no way where that subsidy go fit stay. Because as I define subsidy for you before, what did they call subsidy before? Now we say people where they close to government, that they take receipts, they thief. At that time, they hold us for truth. Because if you talk, say you're not going to depend on them, those middlemen, how you want to get the fuel? Now the impression where they give. So when it all say Ingo phase, that is Ingo do and small. What do you mean? I be say as we they get the capacity, would they stop the subsidy? It's still talking for this one we're talking. So now when we don't get refinery, we be say the refinery we don't already dig ground now. Can fit produce what we even fit consume locally. Now you can now redirect. When you say I go return subsidy. You know when people they say go stop subsidy, say I go return subsidy. We can't redirect the subsidy. Make it be say now the very economy, the very petroleum economy. Now we go to subsidize now. Now government go to subsidize. Waiting they happen now whether they talk of subsidy, you say they don't remove subsidy now. Now be say this present government it carry the subsidy put for our hand. We can't they subsidize government, they subsidize the kind lifestyle where people in the government they live. Because when you talk, say you subsidize for us, or you remove subsidy, say money go many. Now, when you say money many, now you say the money where they our hand, we're not supposed to spend that again because when money many, you can't help us do road, do school, do hospital. But the more you say money many for your hand, the more we they poor. Now you say our money. Now the more you they tax us, now the more our purchasing power not to buy anything. So now back door, you they take collect our money and use and they subsidize your lifestyle. Because if they use they subsidize production, we for don't they feel the impact. So when you they hear say people go say, why I talk this one before, why I talk this one, you supposed to they clap for and say this man they study things. Now waiting they talk, not be just mouth. In our reality, we don't get the power now. We are not able to produce. So let government support those local production. Let us support those local refineries so that we will get fuel here. First of all.
Okay, yes, make a pause for there, Chris, because of time.
Yes.
Now, you don't hear everything when everybody talk. Now, with the year say the North, your principal is struggle for that side because those of all say they no go vote one.
Me?
Yes, go ahead.
Now me the talk?
No, Eugene. Eugene, are you there? Okay, let's say Eugene on the here. Frank, that assumption say, okay, the way you've been now, since Atiku will take some part of the North, One Kwaso will take some part of the North, and that at the end of the North, it will come to Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
No, not be true like that. The aspect or the areas where Oga Atiku will take a small part of North. Oga Kwankwaso will take small part of the North. And the small they take, nothing make them win. Everybody talk say here and there, not take you there. Okay, they say they want to buy motor. Kwankwaso go buy waste spanner.
Kwankwaso go buy
waste spanner.
Okay.
Atiku go buy spare tire. They say, okay, they want to do car racing. We can't set the track now, make they run. Now, we want to put spanner for where they run, or spare tire, they roll and go for ground. All these small votes they get, it's not going to add up to anything. That's just simple calculation. To say they form that alliance, we just first start with ADC. Then therefore get hope for them, say they go try. But now, small crisis just enter inside their midst. Everybody just scatter. So now that scatter nature, one win Nigeria election, not if you win. Not if you win. If, those I recommend just now, may they start from local government elections. They build up. If they come as ADC, APC for fear, where? That's why they blame Oga President, say, then they make them, they scatter. Because that scattering, they make sure, say, they don't get power again.
Okay, Chris. Yes, just one line. Your national secretary will be Oga Aregbesola. The last election, when we say carry all my party go for Osun, we people were surprised that the party no come do well. Why?
Say opposition, they go begin talk about ADC and NDC. They're not going to count Accord Party joiner because say Accord Party don't win. But when they want to talk of waiting, they think say it be the failure of opposition. They go come say opposition weak. The truth now be saying now opposition I win election for Osun. We the opposition we get our game plan. Okay. Not be according to how people will not dey inside the party. Where they not know anything where they happen for opposition to talk and not be so we will take do one. We the opposition we get our game plan, and the game plan say maybe people have a because that test wrong. Not test wrong be that. By the time we come to general election, for polling unit to polling units, they go no say opposition are one. We not scatter any scatter. To get 2-3 different parties, don't be saying what will be important enough say those 2-3 parties, what is that they pursue? What will be their goal? What will be their common objective? Now be the thing where we they talk. So we not scatter for our resolve. We not scatter for our objective. We only use different platforms. That objective remains the same, and that is to remove Tinubu 2027 so that good governance will fit come Nigeria. And we don't demonstrate that for Osun, it work. We go demonstrate them January 16, it go work.
All right.
So we don't fear.
Okay, that's it, Director. Not the
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, just give us a line towards 2027. What Nigerians expect? Just 1 minute. Call time.
When Nigerians expect government, when they sincere, go tell them the truth. Even when they get challenges, we go tell them. Government, when you go make sure say we plug all the leakages, no sacred cow. If they are corrupt, you don't go be part of campaign, presidential campaign committee. We go plug all the loopholes. We go dey obey law. We go strengthen democracy. Not be say they say one construct road or construct hospital. We not appropriate the money to the National Assembly. So now all those better things now we go do if NDC fund the government.
All right, Frank, just one line as we wrap up.
May they intensify things on their campaign strategies. May they make sure say they tell Nigerians what they want to do and how they go take do one. With that, they fit get some votes.
All right, we salute everybody join us this evening. Also, Director, the National Police Secretary of NDC, Chris Ojekere, the spokesman for ADC for Edo State, and of course, our brother Eugene Otubo will be saying that he is special advisor to Governor on political mobilization and enlightenment. Frank Emego, I salute you, and every other person who say join us this evening. Inside the program. Next week again, we'll deal with another topic. Of course, we will see these faces all the time because now election season and electoral campaigns don't start. The NBC and of course the INEC, they don't declare the campaign open, and so different campaign jingles and different things. But we will all know they follow up according to how the law they talk about. My name is Mark Morano. I'll do it next week. Until then, God bless Nigeria. Good night.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Passengers, not the kind minibus and the kind car where you dey enter. Passenger, not be every bus or car you see you go enter. Look at well. What happened? All the bus, Ministry of Transport, yellow and red, but no number, no code. No code. Now code be the problem. You know, yeah. Say for this level, this area when I did so Iki happened last 2 weeks. You know they see the way that the road be, so they talk about government not they do road for any season. That dry season I government they do road. Talk on those guys. Okay, government not they do road for any season. Mommy, how are you? Nice to see you. You know what to make me call here? Yes. We get one report to say make passenger knife they want enter bus. Yes. Maybe they know the kind bus. Understand? Because they wanted to come put some allegation for our head for here. No. Kidnapper and bandits said that they load for this place. Okay. Then I said no, make I come. Yes. Me confirm. As you confirm, they see any this year. No, if passenger want enter bus for this junction. May they look their face well. Very important. Osko na Osko. Like you so they know you now. Osko na Osko. As I dey say mama. Passenger know me, I know passenger. I know my own know me. All those who carry motor from other side to call here, they load, they carry motor to go. Other people in the talk so. Other people that they work for dancing and you believe. For evening they will come and they work for their route they don't get. Now they carry a part for the kind of people. No, you won't tell me say the people where they work here, the chairman, when people they organize here, they know the bus driver where they work here. Yes. See the list. See the list. All of you. Yes. The list all your number. I mean, but you know, yes, so Iki happen here, you know, here. Yes. So let me hear they walk. Let me hear they walk. They walk here. Now they tell you, so they walk here. They go carry to go back. They load for back. Yeah, let me our line. They carry to go for business. Last I go they load. Other than be dancing motor and Nibini motor, and they call it load. If I won't go power now, power Uniben now. Now tell us the boss now confirm. If you see me there, you know confirm. Because that mean that the. Now we dey control. Now me dey control yes. Make get the pop for one chance. But you understand me? When boss go there online, they don't turn by turn. When the boss go, they go work. Can't leave all the boss. Or say they plan to when they go. No. They'll go from that side. That place go enter motor for there. And maybe motor when they enter, only 2 people dey inside. Other 2 people na thief. Doesn't they go enter? They'll go rob them for that. So if passengers see say one bus they load, motor they enter here na genuine. No, if passengers see where they load, make sure say they full that bus and enter the next bus. They go front, say they want go enter the one. Maybe say if they blow they go for this area here. It don't concern us.
Yes, no, I true that.
We dey agree. It don't tell. Respect. Greetings. Passenger why enter bus for this Ibiwe. Yes. I go to know the confirmatory bus because of something wey happened 2 weeks ago. Yes. We get pack. Now yes, that be our pack. Yes. Now they give us the motor they load. So that anyone may do load for back. They no load for our pack here.
All those impatient drivers,
all those armed robber, kidnapper, now back now they for the go they load. Now here be the pack where they give us the motor they load. If they forget this, they forget load. Now here they give them back. They come here, give them back.
Yes, those people will be say that they do that thing. Now for first. New Benin.
That's an allegation, no?
No,
it don't fit us on first mini bus. Now they come the road this year.
You know what you want to do one day, It not be say I not put your cash, but that's what say he plate number not come day back, but he put for front and not see. When they don't push that girl through away, Now they pass that wire road, they zoom past it. Now the guy come me say whether I know that motor. Now say I don't see the plate number. I say this motor not be this route for the work.
What to know? But why did they thief minibus? Minibus.
Yeah, so this go route for 2 routes here. No, they go a month. You don't get the motor today here. Another side, not here. You get the motor now.
Now here you dey work?
No, be at the work. Now I come out road, but I go watch it for here. No, I come out road.
You know that driver?
No shake in a parking.
Oga, now you get this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the real driver of this bus?
I'm the real driver now.
The driver now be? Yes. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Because you know, yes, one day some kidnappers use this level to take operate.
I hear now.
Why you hide your face? Sit down well. But now your boss be this?
Yes.
Sit down well. Now, why code not there your back?
Which code be that one?
That number.
They never don't come out now. I just spray my motor now.
What they said you Okay. Now they pursue all of them. Now they pursue all of them. They not fit park here.
No. Go park here. Know what you go see now. Don't say Martin. Know what you go see. Who knows they get here? Make up time here. Don't be talking about man. Make up put on. You go know say.
Mini bus not fit load for you.
You want that? You want that now? So you go know say yes. Kaki not be leather. Make up park on. Dirty. Dirty. Dirty.
This ring road, people they complain about this ring road. Now I don't go ask all those drivers whether the people, all these drivers where they work here, whether they know them. You know, say one matter happened like 2 weeks ago when they say kidnapper can't use minibus load for here.
That's what they talk.
But I know since then, that's why all of Nana don't.
Now I make all of us day here. They watch. We wear uniform. Sunday we not still wear uniform. Sunday we not wear uniform. So once he look, make we see all those are one chance. You know when the first happen before, now we first pursue all of them.
Yes.
So now since they're not this side, they're not about the day before. Now they don't come this side. We'll pursue them. We'll go hold them. No worry.
What will be your advice for passengers? Because some passengers, now any bus they just enter, they just jump.
The thing is that's why we always preach about this Central Park. Very important. You see, but if they take that place now, they're not going to see one chance more to enter. Because we not fit there all the time. I fit there here now. I go here, say hold up there, I go that side again. Because these people now, and the time when they come, they're not they come for daytime. Now in the evening, they come around that kind 4, 5. Now all those time, they'll look and say all those security agents, most of them don't close. The hair go down. They'll your come, they'll say, and all these people, they go get old man, they will get old woman, we go there inside the motor. And they go get old man, old woman inside the motor. So you now, if you want to enter, now you can't see old man. You see it the day, you see it your man, you go enter. And meanwhile, the people they want to perpetrate the evil now, they go there front. As they come up for where everybody dey now, they will come do like say e stop them, e go enter. The other go do like say e stop them, go enter. Na so I tell the car. If na here, we for the hold them.
If na catch anyone now, wetin go happen?
If we catch anyone, I know 2 ways about it. The governor don talk am na execution na for Ring Road. After that 2 weeks court na execution. So for me, you know say we catch am at the right time. They will see good evidence. They prosecute am. Na say you.
Everywhere gallant. Any person wey do anyhow.
It's anyhow. Thank you, sir.
Ilaklo. Alpha. Correct. I don't suffer, not be small. Upper say I get sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business. However, Mona relax, most more the soup that finish. Mona relax. The soup that finish. I don't suffer, not be small.
I guess.
Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business.
2,000.
I see you now. Manicure and pedicure. Manicure and pedicure. I see you now. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. Now what? No, what did you do here?
They work then and now they ask me what they do for you. Now they give me work. No understand.
How can a mature guy tell you say you not get work? How be banana you dey sell so?
I supposed to be here.
Because the banana from my backyard they grow anyhow, from my front edge they grow anyhow. No banana will scatter everywhere for Nigeria. You cannot work on the price. I mean, you not call the sort me. From my backyard, they grow every 3 months. Now it they come out.
3 months don't reach now. Now tomorrow be the 3 months. No, you go.
Not the person here. Like how much this one?
Only 2 million.
That's 2,000.
Only 2 million. That is code.
I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. 2,000 naira.
You know where you are there?
That one with my backyard go Surat.
You know Surat make something. What did they happen? But you know America. You okay? We never. I they see you all the time. They admire your program.
Waiting they happen soon. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Waiting they happen.
Who they drive the motor? Who they drive the motor? No, I want to know who they drive the motor. About so many one chance minibus not everywhere. Who the driver of the motor? Clear. Get the bus. No, some boys, some minibus go kidnap.
All the show for the unit. I want to show for the unit.
That don't know where the shadow does that, you know.
The thing is they work for check now.
You know.
The thing is now we are for the apple. You know those Oluku Road. They say batch you know they are better madam borrow me your format makeup. Before you know, they you give them I say our batch you not good. Before you say bypass. What do you say now? So you know say mini bus agent. If you like zoom in, when they mark guard, already help everybody where you see you. Mark your guard. Now you they show they help with your phone, your item, your phone accessories. You have go.
No, make the passenger mark the guard.
No, not mark your guard. Not go let the hard way.
No go heavy. Passenger, mount your guard, oh. Passenger, hold your outside. Passenger, mount your guard, oh.
Do small.
Waiting they happen.
So far, not be small. Or per se, I guess sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Are you the driver of this bus?
No, I'm the conductor.
Passenger, hold your guard. Passenger, hold your guard.
Airport Ogba.
With this man, when I see for this bus, my mind don't call down.
Okay. Airport Ogba.
They cover your eye. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say you dey inside the bus. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say now you dey inside the bus. Passenger, hold yourself. Oh. Huh? I think say you not see me. You never hear say federal government of Nigeria don't ban all this sachet.
I never know why you not go stop company. It's supposed me if I go company now.
Okay, no, you dey talk sense. Before NAFDAC go call the arrest you now. May they go arrest the company.
The company and people may sell am for Mission Road. If they don't arrest some people, no see where they buy again, no buy again.
You never hear say federal government don't give NAFDAC power. Any man, any woman, where they sell this sachet drink, make them arrest them.
No, I never hear. I never hear. My first time when I hear them for your mouth.
Okay, it's not the first time when you hear them for my mouth.
Truth, I never hear them.
Say they don't ban all this drink that they put for sachet.
I never hear them. Truth, I don't feel like give you. I never hear them.
And where you they buy and they see they sell them?
They sell. They sell them.
The Mission Road and company they sell them.
If they are ready, they stop the company. All these are you
people tell us say they don't ban them, but they don't tell us. Me no know. My first time.
No.
If you go stop her.
No.
Who stop her?
No, Nigerians they drink all this sachet where?
You don't know.
You know fit also you don't know. Sorry, let me pick up my guy. So you don't know say
if they stop company, or you go start to the back for company. And some people they sell out, we go they still sell for us. They don't fit us, they don't sell for us. If some people go company say they want back, company of it say no sell for them. If they stop company, or you go start to the back for company. That we now will still start to the follow people they sell for me.
Waiting these people when they sell them to the consumers, they talk say, if true federal government and NAFDAC ready, make the federal hold the company where they produce all these sachets. And the person
when suppose more arrest, don't be we. Now company and then go people
shop. Now would they fine? How we go take 6 months to chop? Now we just define. So if they go tell them say make they not do them again, we ourselves will not go say. We'll find another thing we will go do. Because this one now one that come 1 + 1 and 2. Now we say they manage, say they survive.
Where is the driver of this bus? Hope so now know the driver of this bus where they load this motor. Now people tell they enter one chance, so you say you don't go. Passenger go enter, they go jump enter, they go enter one chance. They don't go no say na kidnapper bus, they don't enter. Wow. Oga, respect boss. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the driver of this bus? No, well, because we want to know who be the driver of the bus. We don't want to enter one chance. I know. Passenger, no the kind mini bus where you dey enter o. Passenger no the kind mini bus where you dey enter.
Don't be loud, guy. One chance, one kilo. Don't stop us, don't say, one chance.
Okay, along.
Not be park. Along. And that along, collect their purse, collect their phone. The creator for park will give you what you lost. Person love iPhone. I give him. You understand? But if you enter, then for yesterday, I enter here around 5. I can't tell that one man say estate gate na 500. He said no, they carry am 400. As he reach there, not reach 30 minutes, she dey cry come back. So you. What happen? They say they don't collect before collect money, they push am away. Now say na that one good for you. Enter bus, you say no. You want go enter along. Now along, now they thief for this road. Hey! And they tell you the truth. And the truth be that. If I say she enter this one that day, they for not thief am. What will they see?
Yeah, now get United. Well, United, yeah.
Una know yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
The person of you come from Kobai, come the load here.
No, whatever.
Except we don't see him.
But na mini bus at the drive now. I don't fit carry my mini bus for a 2 hour come load here.
You not to general, your face show for the worldwide. Everybody know you. Understand?
So that bus where they go now, una know am. This bus where they load now, una know am.
We know am.
See the owner.
See the owner.
All of us we know ourselves.
So what will be your advice for passengers now?
What will we advise? Make them enter motor for park. Make them dey find because 100 naira. Because 100 naira, maybe here na 300. You go dey find 200 naira how they go. Problem don't come.
This way they forget for motor, go see another. As they forget another, they'll come meet am. As fast in a park. Anything where they forget for motor, they go see and sure those things where they there.
Like what they front. Hey, passenger.
Now person forget this one. You see now person forget your eyeglass. Now there will come meet time. Any year we take come. Now there will come meet time.
They are back. Many passengers say that they enter one chance for this.
Now one chance now that they enter wawa. Maybe they look face. Maybe they come back. If they come back, they load, no problem. But if they say, imagine say they go Lagos. Lagos now I think 20,000. Somebody say one carry you for 12,000. You go enter.
Now along the road.
No, for instance, say now what they cause problem with that. So if they enter, may they forget say the money. If they enter for the normal place, no problem.
Passenger. How are you? Passenger. How are you?
I greet you, sir.
How business now?
Sir, fine.
People they buy them.
They buy them.
Small.
No say they was in a food. They want the food. They say they never shop the food. They say they want buy perfume. Now man, I call they patronize. If not, they not go buy.
You can't give them some letters.
I tell you.
You talk, preach.
Say
good me body they sent.
Yes.
Go say boy never.
Say money not reach to buy food for Bele. What did they want use perfume? Do I go they beg them? Oga was soon not be smart too.
But if you get opportunity to me, you take get work with better pass this one.
Hey, Baba God don't do well.
Now you leader.
Nah. What you talk so na better thing?
No, you believe say God will locate your help and I mean you get better work.
Yes, now if you God bring better locator, what go locate me, go favor me. I don't bomb that one because wisdom there I tell the.
How will they reach you?
Me. If you reach me, I'll give you my number.
Give me your number. People they watch us online.
Just now, man.
But if anytime I come this place, I'll see you.
Just now, every day. Now they also they preach when they buy this perfume. Every day, I tell you.
But you say if you see work, we pass this one.
Sharply, I move.
Give me your number.
Okay, my number is 0. Okay, my quick. Sharp. Now God just bless me so. My helper don't locate me. 081
186 414
97. Ogbani. Don't you can flash me inside.
You feel work any work?
Poor Mandala. I go work.
Any work?
I say you not see us everywhere. Cause there's everywhere they hot. Any work, even on a Clary, even on a Lebuke, I don't go. That's all.
What do you want to use this money to?
This money, if you reach me, but get small picky for us where I see they also go they feed. Money your corner, open business, also they. I be tell you, only say I don't see money to open shop. Now I can do also like this. I lay and work.
Start this your number. learn handwork.
Yes, now.
I like machine. You like me? You get machine, abi?
Yes, now.
Machine. Hey, what be your name?
My name is Faith. Oh, Nyeme.
What you doing?
We do pataki.
Faith, right? Faith perfume. So you believe say through this talk when me they talk, so God will locate your helper for work.
In fact, God already locates me. As I always say, so God already locates me.
Any work your work.
Yes. I don't go. People do anyone will just give me now. I clean you and I sweep you. I don't go. God, in fact, as me and you they talk, so God don't locate me. I thank God and I thank God where I thank RTV. God go bless RTV. God go bless RTV. Nobody go feel winning that TV down in Jesus' name.
So you believe as you see me so?
Every
your mother don't show.
I tell you, God don't bless.
When I come here online, more come out for streets.
Amen.
She say any work she go work.
Yes. Come on,
I don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Only God can do
what no man can do.
Unchangeable.
Unchangeable God.
Reliable.
Reliable God.
Only God can do.
Only God can do
what no man can do. God will locate you. Will locate you. Will locate you. Hey, wait.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
His Excellency, you know say you tell me that they say you should bring out the boss. Who will bring her? Bring her come out. So that all this our conductor and driver. One of the biggest problems when Nigerians they face na transportation. Transportation don't chop their salary. Transportation don't chop 60 to 70% of their salary. His Excellency, that new bus where you want to bring so now free we go take enter.
Amen.
Who say amen?
Amen. Amen.
I said the new bus will come now one bring come now free will take enter.
Amen.
See election day.
Amen.
His Excellency, they say amen. No. that new bus where you want to bring come and so now free will take enter.
Amen.
Till January 16. That bus, may I tell you the name?
No.
The name of the bus is Akpako bus. You know, say before we get comrade bus, this one is Akpako.
I might ask you a question. Why is it that waiting people talk? Waiting we talk for our mouth to know the chat for TV? Why?
No, this one where you talk so.
Why don't they chat for TV?
No, this one where you talk so I must bring her come out.
Why don't they chat for TV?
I must bring her come out.
People go talk waiting there, but no, we don't say for news. You know, you got off. Why? Why no they do like, why they do like that? They go come out waiting person talk. You don't think you made the woman here to government. Why they go off?
Waiting they talk so we go show them.
Sham, I got him sham. Una go wait no talk, don't go come out for TV now. You bring the one where they sweet to people here.
No, you dey blame television station for Nigeria.
Yes, I'm blaming you for not up. Yes, I dey blame una. Una dey do who here.
Television station?
Yes. No, they said the needful. I got up better thing, we know that thing go cover up. No show the way people dey say, make they reach to the government. It is wrong. If you not talk, they go know what they talk about. No fear on their head, no good. Una be man, una be our eye, una be our representative for that place. Now go cut up within the important, cut and off. Carry the one way we put for people here, no good. No good.
I can't kill myself.
Kill yourself.
I can't kill myself. Oh.
Waiting they happen.
Okay, we're there for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. And we're there for King Square. Hey!
You know what's happened? I beg, I'm waiting at the top of this country now, man. We all know. I want to know what did they happen for
okay, what's your problem? What's your problem?
The problem now, what did they happen for this country now? I want to know.
How much you take that for today?
For now, 1,350 for this country now. Me, I don't tell you. I don't tell you. No. I won't go Libya. This Libya now, I won't go now. I want to leave this country.
When people they talk, say, Wakala, you say you want to go Libya.
I say I won't go Libya. This country don't tire me. It don't tire me. It don't tire me. From that, tomorrow now, I dey go Libya. tomorrow I dey go Libya. Because I don't know, as this country they be now, every day, things they there, every day. You know, yesterday, using Skype was do kidnapping yesterday. For which state? He got a distribution number. Correct. Move. Wetin happen? How much you take buy fuel today?
The fuel every time don dey increase. Me no understand. I want 1,330.
You know, you say that because of American Iran when they fight, you know, yeah.
Na because of American Iran dey fight, na because they buy fuel high. They can't go just 1,150 just now. No. I wan buy fuel, they see 1,330. My brother, you buy for me o.
Who be this people wey you carry so?
Na passenger now.
Wait. But they get mark for face o. Are you a passenger? We go carry kidnappers o.
Never.
We go carry bandit o.
Never.
No. Yes, I'm businessman. Yes, sir. I don't know. Hey! But we don't see again now. Try to contact me now. My friend, correct. You're not a barrister. Correct, my guy. You enter now?
I've been a fit.
No, you enter.
I want enter.
You enter. You don't already do TikTok, Facebook, everywhere.
Hey, don't G.
But Okpebolo no dey collect money from una.
No, na senior brother. Okpebolo na senior brother. Ah yes, senior brother. We dey work.
They say some people they collect money from una.
They won't die.
Hey, all this guy na street. See ya. Na street they dey.
Don't G Abdullah.
Now wetin dey happen? Now wetin dey happen? Now wetin dey happen?
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where we discuss things pertaining Nigeria, pertaining women, pertaining men, and pertaining the children. We discuss everything pertaining the family, brothers and sisters, things that are positive to us. Or if they're not positive, we'll try to find solutions or give advices on such things. And of course, today, to do one of those things, to talk about one of those things, is the Japa syndrome. But before I go into the topic properly, I'm going to let you know who is talking to you. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and thank you for joining us on WIC. And so today we're going to be looking at Japa Part 2. We had discussed Japa on this thing before, and so we're continuing it because you all out there wanted more on this Japa syndrome topic. And so we're going to be talking Japa Part 2 today. And to do this with me on my right, I have Chinyere Okorafor. Chinyere Okorafor is a journalist, and so she's going to be discussing and sharing her own opinion on Japa. Chinyere, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And then also I have Gift sitting very prettily. I have Gift Furera. Yes. Gift Furera is a professional chef, and Gift Furera, her name, of course, is an Arabic name. So I have always wanted to know the meaning, and she has always shared the meaning with me. She says, is a beautiful flower. And she's sitting very pretty. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Okay, so of course I have Esther.
The food lady.
Esther is laughing. I have Esther Unen.
Yes.
Esther Unen is an educationist and a proprietress, and also a food advocate.
For men.
For men. She advises that we give our husbands, our men, very good food. And she is from that part of the country
They are just that.
Justice to it.
Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so today, like I said earlier, we're going to be looking at Japa Part 2 because we've discussed Japa on this table before and Nigerians wanted us to, share more light on Japa. And that's the reason why we brought it back to the table. So I tagged it as Japa Part 2. But before we continue on this discussion, let's look at what former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said. He says the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Anyway, before we go answering him if it will stop or it will continue, let me ask what Japa is. It's a Yoruba language, so what exactly is Japa Chinyere? Chinyere is an Igbo lady, from her name, but who has lived so much in Lagos, so she knows the meaning of Japa. What's Japa?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Pat. I live in Lagos, so you hear Japa all the time. So I asked question and they said it means to flee.
To run,
to take off your shoe and just run. So that's what Japa means. And in the context where it is being used today, it's a serious issue because it has shifted from just fleeing, but to a very massive migration of individuals, families living in Nigeria.
Okay, let's take it from the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who said the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Do you believe it will stop? Or it has to stop? Do you believe it has to stop?
Well, to me, I believe it has to stop. The reason is because there's an adage, and I believe it's true, that says there's no place like home. Okay? Yes, there's no place like home. So it has to stop. But before we say let it stop, what are the basic amenities on ground for it to happen that it should stop? Because the truth is that our leaders, they have actually failed us. They have failed this nation since from inception. So they have not laid down anything reasonable for anybody to look at and say, I'm the slightest opportunity to Japa, I will not. There's nothing. There's nothing. Are we talking about economic hardship? There's nothing that somebody will finish school and there's no job. Even when you get a job, you are underpaid. So they prefer to go and take manual job down there because their pay there is even higher than a bank manager here in Nigeria. Yes. So so many factors, and then the insecurity problem, the insurgency, the killing, the kidnapping, is it police brutality that we're talking about? So this, especially the youth, they actually in the slightest opportunity they want to Japa because there's nothing that you are giving to them that will say, okay, we should stop the Japa. You get to stop Japa. You understand?
Okay, let me come to you, Esther. You heard what Gift said. So do you want to agree with the former president who says the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop?
Yes and no. Yes, if the government put the basic things on ground. Have they asked themselves, why are these youths and families, now it's no longer youth, so anybody that has the opportunity to Japa, the person will just, with the family, not even minding what they're going through out there. So I'm of the opinion that it should stop, but based on the ground that the government are ready to put on the basic things, the schools, our hospitals, the roads, our electricity, all this has to be in place, so that people who are Japaring will stop. Because everybody wants good thing. You want a good life. Go to our hospitals today. It's either the doctors that are on strike, the nurses that are on strike. Go to our schools. I can remember how long I spent in school. A course that was meant to be 4 years. I ended up spending 5 years plus. So is this the country that we are telling our children to stay back? So our government that will hear us today, please, if you want us to stop Japaring, if that word is correct, please put the basic things in place. Let our country work. We have all that it takes for us to succeed in this country.
Yes.
And we are very hard work. Nigerians are very hard-working people. So if the basic things are in place, if our electricity is in place, Nigerians will not run away.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So as a young lady, Chinyere, if you have the opportunity to japa today, will you japa?
Thank God you asked me this question. Because on social media, when people, talk down on Nigeria, maybe because I'm a journalist, I usually, look at what they're actually criticizing and I make my position to say, okay, yeah, the government may not be doing right in this area, but there are these other areas too that they are doing okay. So let's do check and balance. So everything cannot be totally bad. If it's all totally bad, I mean, we won't even survive. It would be a revolution. So because it's not totally bad, that's why we're still here. So for me as a young person, me personally, I believe in Nigeria. Honestly, I do, because of my kind of the job I do. I am privy to so many information. So I have this idea that Nigeria can work.
Yeah.
It's just that our leaders do not have this political will, to
Go
make
straight
things,
to my question. If
to make
you
you
have the
to make it
opportunity
well.
to japa
If I have the
today,
opportunity to japa, to leave Nigeria, it to be on a good course, not to just leave and I don't want to come back. Maybe to further my education or to do something and improve on what I already have, and then I come back and impart in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your take on the japa situation.
Yes.
Let me come to you, Gift. As a mother, if there's an opportunity to send your child abroad for school, with the situation of Nigeria today, would you take that option?
I will. 100% I will. I will not hesitate at all. I will not hesitate because I fear for the next generation. The way things are going. I actually fear for the next generation. What are the things that we have on ground that they will leverage on in their generation? Because it's really paining me, honestly. So I will not hesitate that my children, all of them, they them japa. You understand? Because look at it. Even infrastructure, nothing. I sometimes I just sit down and say, God, is it that some people will start will start living under the bridge because the government have not even made any accommodation, even a low cost that people will access. Landlords are increasing rent every day. I'm telling you, it's alarming. So let them japa.
Okay, Esther.
Yeah.
I asked her if she has opportunity for her children to go school abroad. If she will. Okay, you are a proprietress.
Yes.
Even though you don't want me to mention you are an administrator, an educationist. Okay. So you advise parents on the activities of the children academically.
Yeah.
Now she has answered as a mother. You as a proprietress, would you advise parents if they walk up to you and say, listen, my child is going to be passing out from secondary school and I'm looking towards sending that child abroad to go to school? What would your advice be?
For me, because I was once in that situation when my daughter finished her secondary school. So my husband, I personally wanted to send her out, but my husband was of this opinion, no, she's not fully matured, because then she was around 15, 16. So if I'm to counsel a parent as at today, I'll tell the parents, let the child finish in the first degree in Nigeria. Before then, or after first degree, the child is emotionally, mentally matured. So that, because we are talking about jackbarring. A lot is going out there that is not healthy for our children. 15, 16, you want to send the child out there to stay all alone. At that age, the child is still young. There's certain decision that the child will take at the end of the day might bounce back negatively. So for me, as an administrator, I would say, allow that child to finish the first degree in Nigeria. He or she can go out there for a master's. Except you have a reliable person that is going to monitor the activities of that child out there.
Okay, will you still give such an advice even with the situation of what is going on right now in Nigeria? Be honest to yourself.
This is what of course, this was about 4 or 5 years ago, which the situation has not really changed. Like is worsening, exactly. I put a clause. If you have a family member, a trust friend that will monitor the activity of the child out there, you can release. But in a situation whereby you're just sending your child to Canada 15 years, 16 years, to UK, to America, all alone.
A lot of family will not want to agree with you.
I know.
Because me sitting down here, I'm one of those family that will not want to agree.
I agree,
because
absolutely.
I know I took my son abroad when he was just 16, and he is doing so well right now. So it's a thing of, for me, well, I am not against it.
That's what I'm saying. Opinion differs, okay? So this is personal. I want my child to be emotionally, mentally matured, that can take decisions, certain decisions for himself or herself. So this is me as at today. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. So, but as at this time and point, this is what I would advise. And this is the decision I would take for myself.
Okay, that's your decision, and that's what you'll be advising parents that comes to your school, or parents that wants to seek your advice, okay, on the Japa syndrome thing. But I don't think a lot of Nigerians will want to agree with that because of the situation of things going on right now, especially in our education sector. Anyway, we're going to be continuing this when we come after our short break. Please sit. But it's still WIC Women in Conversation. We were discussing JAPA Part 2 because we had JAPA discussion earlier on before. So we're continuing it because Nigerians wanted to really, really understand this JAPA syndrome. And we had the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who says this JAPA syndrome should stop in Nigeria. Coming from a president who probably his children are not here in Nigeria, probably not schooling here in Nigeria. And he's saying that the JAPA syndrome should stop. Well, I don't know how Nigerians are going to see President Goodluck Jonathan on this issue. But we're sitting here representing some Nigerians. We're going to be looking at the JAPA syndrome. Let me come back to you, Chinyere. If a man from abroad finds love in you and decides to come take you, with your stand that you believe that Nigeria will be better, Nigeria will work again, would you ask him to come back home? Because there's also what they call Japada. You've heard of it.
Yes.
So will you ask him to Japada so you both can be in love in Nigeria that will work again?
Well, that question will come if I have something I've already built here that is very strong, that me leaving Nigeria may affect the business.
No, you said earlier on that because of the kind of work that you do, you have a lot of information and then you believe that Nigeria will work again. So based on that, you have the faith that Nigeria will work again. Would you ask him to come back home so that you all can build Nigeria together?
Okay, I see. I understand the kind of question you're asking. But then, well, what I have now, what I'm doing right now, I think I will go with him.
I'll go with him.
No,
I got you there. I honestly wanted to
get me. You misunderstood me.
Okay.
That I said Nigeria will work does not mean that, like, is how do I put it now? Like, right now is all I don't even know how to put it right now. Like, that I said Nigeria will work
does not mean it's working now.
Does not mean it's working the way we want this to work. But it's a futuristic opinion that I,
Nigeria would work.
I look at.
Okay,
I look at.
I looked at why I asked that question is because you say because of the kind of job that you have right now in Nigeria, you are opportuned to have data. You have some information that some of us don't have, and then because of that, because of that, even when the JAPA, because I asked if you have the opportunity, if the opportunity to JAPA comes to you, will you want to go? And you said no because of your kind of job. So it means that if Nigeria is working for you already. So that's why I asked if you have a man out there who finds love in you, would you advise him to come back home, Japada, so that it's
No, I think maybe you misunderstood what I said initially. What I was trying to portray is that Japa in the context that we're talking about is relocating.
Yes, yeah.
Relocating finally.
Yes.
For me, I wouldn't want to relocate finally. Not that I cannot relocate. I can relocate on a temporal, arrangement. Like I want to go and do a master's. Then I come back.
Okay, now if you find love.
If I find love, yes. Why not? I will join him over there. I will join him.
You won't want him to Japan.
I wouldn't want him to come, but if he wants to come and build something here, I will encourage him to come and build it. And like I was trying to say earlier, like if I have something that I have, maybe like I've established a company, something strong. Like right now, I'm still employed. Like I'm still working under somebody. Like it's not like my establishment. It's not a company that I own, so it's easier for me to leave and travel. But if I have something strong here, very strong, that is giving me money, I can encourage him to come here, or we'll find a way to do it. I don't know, my opinion might be somehow, but
that's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so let's move on to Japada. There's also the Japada syndrome, which is not that much, but we have people who also have gone and tested, and it may work for them with Japada. What would be your advice of a Nigerian who had sold probably their property, their homes, because a lot of Nigerians do that now. They sell their property to go, and then they get there, it's not working out the way it's supposed to work out. Will you advise that person to come back and face it in Nigeria? Or you will ask the person, stay put there and dig it out like every other person? What will your advice be?
Well, sometimes people who are already there, even though things are not working out well for them, they coming back to them is like shame. They don't want to come and face the shame, at all. But it's in two ways. If they can still persist, if they know they will still persist.
Gift, you have the plan to Japan. So President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, is referring to you.
Okay.
You have every plan to Japan. Because you are saying if you can persist,
yes, now,
sit down there.
Sit down. Yes.
Make you not come back.
No, if you can persist, because you have already given up everything here. So what are you coming back to fall on? You understand? So it could be frustrating. Some of them, when they come, they might even want to suicide and thinking of something else to do to themselves that is bad. So they should be, since they're already familiar with the issue over there, they should persist. For me, they should persist and push further.
Okay, to you, Esther, now there's this there was this thing happening, especially in the UK, abroad generally, but especially in the UK, where families leave Nigeria, sell the property like we have just said, and then maybe one of them is a dependent and going to school for masters, like she said, and then I carry my husband and children. And then we've heard and seen when they get there, most of these women start to misbehave because they already know the law, what they gain, that the law favors them over there, and they begin to misbehave. Most times sends their husbands out of the home. Let me know. Is it a good thing? Before I go to what the UK government has just passed now.
Is it a good thing for the women to
do that? Yes. So someone said probably she has been bearing a whole lot of things in the marriage. And then when she got there, it's like, okay,
this is your opportunity.
I want to show you.
Yes.
Is it a good thing to do?
The question is somehow it's not a good thing per se. And again, it depends on what the man also display out there. You know, Nigerian men believe that women are second-class citizens in court. Anyway, not all. So they believe that going over there, it could be the same character he was exhibiting here in Nigeria is the same thing he's displaying out there. So if that is the way for the woman to have some relief, she'll feel. But for me, it's wrong. She should not do that.
Okay, so I think the white people now knows that it is very, very wrong because some of these men, you just find them in their place of work dead. I'm sure it's the stress from the house. And then when they chase you out on the street in abroad, it's not a place where you want to run to. I have one uncle or one auntie somewhere, you know, and they get frustrated. So, but sometimes when they go to work, you just find them there. I guess that's what, you know, brought about this law that was passed just last week or 2 weeks ago, where the British government have said that if you come in to our country as a partner, as a family, as a couple, you must remain a couple. If you divorce, we send everyone of you back home. Okay, so that's a very good one coming from the British government because of the kind of things that our women are beginning to do out there. Okay, so let's go back to President Ebele Jonathan. Let's understand how do you feel this coming from a man that definitely his children are not in Nigeria? Do you think it's a good advice or that the Japa syndrome in Nigeria should stop and stop now? Do you think it's a good and a strong advice coming from someone that we all know, of course, his children are not there?
Well, like I said, honestly, his idea is good, but you know, I think it's coming from you know, I don't know how to put it, but
from leadership.
Because
he's a leader.
He's a leader. It's coming from a leadership perspective. You understand? So me, I feel they as leaders, they should be the first to lay down the examples of what they want us to do as to not japa. You understand? Okay, their children are over there. You understand? Their children are over there. Okay, their children are over there. And the masses, we are here. Their children are not even partaking from all that is happening. If any headache, they will take them overseas. They are not even accessing the medical facilities that they themselves are not concerned about. You understand? So I don't know how you want that to happen. And sincerely, I don't know.
Okay. One word to the youths out there on Japa.
Do what works for you, our youths. If for you to Japa is the best thing, do it. But then if you can survive in Nigeria of today, stay back.
For the sake of the insecurity, one word for those that want to Japa.
If you want to Japa, if you're very convinced that you want to Japa, do it. I mean, you're very convinced that that place will work for you. It's good that you Japa and just go and be okay.
Okay, gift. For those that sells their property and want to Japa, what's your advice for them?
If you have sold everything and there's nothing that you come back to fall back to, please persist.
Don't
push. Don't
Japada. Okay, Japada.
Don't Japada. Push, persist, and let God help you.
Push in a positive way.
Yes.
Don't listen to gift to go and push. If you have sold property and Japa and it's not working, please come back home. Come back home so you don't drop dead while you're pushing. You understand how difficult it is out there too. But to our government, one word to our government. Please, just one word to our government.
Government, wake up and fix Nigeria.
Our government, our city government to make infrastructures, insecurity and all of these things, they should resolve it so the Nigerians will feel safe in their home and not have any reason to Japa.
I will say to our government, please be sensitive and listen to the heartbeats of the people, the cry of the people, and especially the youths. Bring them to the corridor of governance. Let them also have a say. Let them also have their own thing as youths. Let new things be introduced so that we know the difference.
Thank you, Gift. I think you're also a politician. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on board today. Anyway, to those youths out there that want to Japa, do it the right way. If you want to go to school abroad, it's okay when you go to school abroad. It's very, very okay if you can afford it. Don't kill people to want to do that, and don't break your back to do that. I remain Patricia Oyonigegos. Thank you for staying tuned today with us on Dead Blue Eyes.
ITV, certainly the best.
A beautiful evening to you and welcome to the news at this hour, reaching you live from Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Other State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has assured that his administration will continue to fund support contractors handling road projects across the state to ensure significant progress before Christmas. Governor Okpebholo gave the assurance on Monday after inspecting ongoing works on the Aroe-Uromi-Agbo Road project in Asan Northeast local government area. He said the project were progressing despite the challenges posed by the rainy season. The report is presented by Zainab Mohammed.
Governor Monday Okpebholo said the rainy season had limited construction activities that could be carried out, making drainage works a major focus at the moment.
The work is progressing. By the grace of God, we're looking at between now and Christmas what we can achieve.
The governor said the state government would continue to release funds to contractors as resources become available. He reiterated his administration's commitment to providing contractors with the resources needed to sustain work on the projects. The governor expressed optimism that the project would improve road infrastructure and ease movement for residents and motorists, particularly during the Christmas period.
This is how far they are going. Our own is to make sure that we do our best to see that we fund them. As President released money to us, we also use the money to fund them. So we continue to strive to see that progress is made on this road.
The area manager of the construction company Setraco Nigeria Limited, Mr. Mitchell Ewu, said the Uruwa-Uromi bypass road would be 9 meters wide on each side, concrete median and straight lightning along the route.
Now we can see the drain executed, which is the hardest step of the project and which will take normally time with contractors. After that one, it will be equipment work, just to build up the road with earthwork and then to reach up to asphalt.
Mr. Michael said securing the right of way for the 18.6 meter road, in addition to a drainage corridor of about 20 meters, had posed a major challenge. Zainab Mohammed, ITV News.
The Edo State House of Assembly has formally converted the resignation of former Speaker Blessing Abegbaku to an impeachment. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagwan reports that the Edo State House of Assembly Fund Management Law and Judicial Financial Autonomy Law Author 2023, which sparked a protest on Wednesday last week, were formally amended.
Following a motion moved by the Majority Leader Sunday Ojezeli and seconded by member representing the Sako Central, Oshoma Ahmed, to impeach ex-Speaker Blessing Agbebaku on grounds that his earlier resignation did not follow due parliamentary process. Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Yekini Idiaye, confirmed the conversion and reaffirmed Agbebaku's suspension.
What attempt to be resignation is not resignation, it is an impeachment.
The former Speaker, Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, did not resign based on parliamentary practice. Hence, the resignation has been converted to impeachment.
Speaker Idiaye further directed that all government properties in the former Speaker's possession be submitted to the Clerk of the House before Friday, August 28, 2026, warning that law enforcement agencies would be deployed if the deadline is not met.
And this will be done Friday, we have no option that we act in law enforcement to go after him.
In the same sitting, the Assembly amended 2 laws that had sparked a protest by legislative staff and judiciary workers last Wednesday. A bill to amend the Edo State House of Assembly Fund Management Law of 2023 and another to amend the Edo State Judicial Financial Autonomy Law of 2023.
To allow for check and balances. This does not in any way imply that there is no autonomy.
The House also carried out screening of Mr. Ambrose Ayewo Oyakilome for appointment as Executive Chairman of the Edo State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB. The nominee was subsequently confirmed. From the Edo State House of Assembly, Joy Obaisiagwan, ITV News.
Muslims worldwide will on Tuesday celebrate the Eid al-Maulud, which is the birthday of Prophet Muhammad. Muslims in Benin City are getting set to mark the day, just as some Muslims leader expressed their readiness to celebrate the day. Adeza Ibe's report is presented by Fosa Nwangwe.
Eid al-Maulud, which is to mark the birth of Prophet Muhammad, enjoins Muslims and citizens alike to be encouraged to reflect on compassion, humility, and service. The day encourages Muslims to unite and urge leaders for prayers that will focus on peace, national unity, and mutual respect across all faiths. A Muslim leader, Muhammad Abdullahi, in an interview says Eid al-Maulud is a celebration that all Muslims worldwide have to celebrate, saying that it's the birth of their Prophet Muhammad. He said it is a celebration that can be celebrated at any time, stating that in the global world, most of the religions have been divided, as majority of the Muslims see the celebration just the way Christians celebrate Christmas, though it's about celebrating Prophet Muhammad.
It's a day set aside by the progressive-minded Muslims who decided to use the day to recognize the tremendous contribution of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to the development of humanity.
Sheikh Abdul Fatai Inabulele, Chief Imam, Benin Mosque, says it's a day set aside by the progressive-minded Muslims who have decided to recognize Prophet Muhammad to the benefit of humanity.
Eid Maulud, we did one because of to praise our messenger and the history of our messenger. Now that one we would read that day. All over the year, till year don't come back, we see the one.
An Islamic scholar, Mohammed Gaba, says it is important for Muslims to celebrate the Prophet because of the history surrounding the celebration. He said it is something that occurs over the years. The federal government declared Tuesday, August 25th as public holiday to mark this year's Maulud.
Eid Maulud, we Muslims believe, is the birth of our holy Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That is why when it comes to that day, all Muslims gather together to celebrate Eid Maulud.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Lagos State Police Command has arrested 5 suspected telecommunication vendors and recovered a truckload of suspected stolen iron rods in the Ibeju-Lekki axis of the state, as part of its intensified effort to curb the vandalism and theft of critical infrastructure across Lagos. The command said the suspects, Mohammed Shaibu, Musa Zakari, Abdullahi Bala, Salisu Musa, and Yahazu Bala were allegedly caught stealing iron poles meant for the construction of telecommunication masts. The command said the suspects are currently in police custody, while the case is being investigated at the State Criminal Investigation Department, Yaba, with investigations ongoing to apprehend other fleeing suspects and unravel the full extent of their activities. Some retirees under the Contributory Pension Scheme in Lagos have given August 31st ultimatum to the state government to pay their long-awaited pension enhancement and wage award of face what they describe as the mother of all protests. The protesters said they have communicated a 19-day ultimatum to Governor Sanwo-Olu to credit the account of pensioners on the pension increase/wage award or face protest action tentatively fixed for August 31st, 2026. The protesting retirees were on the streets brandishing placards to register their demands and insisted that they will not back down if their demands are not met. Still on the news, the Nigerian Air Force has intensified air operation against terrorists, bandits and kidnappers and other criminal elements across the northwest. In a statement in Abuja, NAF Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Ehime Ejodame, said the increased air presence in Sokoto State is aimed at supporting ongoing joint security operations. It said the deployment will enhance area surveillance and rapid response while helping security forces locate and disrupt criminal elements operating in difficult terrain. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Anehe, said the NAF would continue to deploy air power strategically in support of ground forces and other security agencies. Anehe stressed that intelligence-led operations and effective coordination with surface forces remain critical to confronting the evolving security challenges. It also assured that the NAF would maintain the highest regard for civilian safety while working to restore peace and stability across the Northwest. The Air Force urged members of the public to support security operations by providing timely and credible information to the appropriate authorities. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has forecast cloudy conditions and thunderstorms across several parts of the country on Monday. The agency said the north is expected to experience patches of cloud in the morning, followed by thunderstorm and moderate rainfall in the afternoon and evening. In the north central, isolated thunderstorms are expected over the FCT, Nasarawa, Benue, Kogi, Niger and Plateau State. Southern states are also expected to experience cloudy skies and rainfall, particularly over parts of Ebonyi, Enugu, Cross River and Akwa Ibom. NIMET has advised residents in flood-prone and low-lying areas to remain vigilant and avoid driving or walking through flooded roads. The agency also warned that strong wind may precede thunderstorm and advised residents to disconnect electrical appliances when necessary during the thunderstorm. Airline operators have equally been advised to obtain airport-specific weather information from NIMET for safe flight planning. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has introduced an online system allowing 2026 UTME candidates to verify and upload their O-level results from home. The new service, initially covering results issued by the West African Examination Council, WAEC, is designed to reduce candidates' dependence on CBT centers and eliminate long queues during peak period. In a statement, JAMB Acting Director of Public Affairs and Protocol, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, said the system would make the process faster, safer, and more convenient. Under the new arrangements, candidates' results will be electronically verified directly with examination bodies before being uploaded to their JAMB profiles. The board said the system would also help prevent the submission of fraudulent or unverified results and reduce errors associated with manual entry of subjects and grade. To use the service, candidates are required to obtain a result verification code through the designated portal using their NIN, examination details, email address, and phone number. After verification, candidates must submit the code through the designated JAMB short code and complete the upload through their e-facility dashboard. JAMB says the initiative is part of its digital transformation drive aimed at reducing physical visits, paperwork, and queue, while improving the overall experience of candidates. And that report wraps it up on the news at this hour, reaching you live from Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Thanking you so much for staying tuned. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
I love
Passengers! Not the kind minibus and the kind car where you dey enter o. Passenger, no be every bus or car you see you go enter o. Look at well o.
Wetin happen?
All the bus, Ministry of Transport. Yellow and red, but no number, no code. No code.
Now code be the problem.
You know, yeah. Say for this level, this area when I did so. Say so, it happened last 2 weeks.
You know they see the way that the road be, so they talk about.
Government no dey do road for any season. Na dry season I government dey do road.
Talk all those guys.
Okay, government no dey do road for any season.
Say the boy no like.
Mommy, how are you? Nice to see you. Okay, you know what make me call here?
Yes.
We get one report to say make passenger now if they want enter bus.
Yes.
Maybe they know the kind bus.
Correct.
Because they wanted to come put some kind of allegation for our head for here.
No.
Kidnapper and bandits say that they load for this place. Okay. Now I say no, make I come.
Yes. Me confirm. As you confirm, I see any this year.
No, if passenger want enter bus for this junction.
May they look the face well. Very important. Osko na Osko. Like you so they know you now.
Osko na Osko. As I dey Sanebo Momo. Passenger know me, I know passenger. I know my own know me. All those who carry money from another side to call here, they load, they carry money to the go.
Other people they talk so. Other people that they work for dancing and Ubini. For evening they will come and they work for their route they don't get. Now they carry part for the carry job.
No, you won't tell me say the people where they work here, the chairman, when people they organize here, they know the bus driver where they work here.
Yes. See the list. See the list. All of you. Yes. The list all your number. I mean the writer, all the writer.
But you know yes, so iki happen here, you know here.
Yes, yes. So people they work. Let me hear they work. They work here. Now they tell you so they work here. They go carry the plan back, they load for back. Yeah, let me our line. So carry to go for business outside go they load. Other than be dancing motor and Nibini motor. And they call it load.
If I won't go power now, Uniben now.
Now tell us the boss now confirm. If you see me there, I confirm. The real party. That mean that now we confirm. I mean the control yes.
Make it the 4 for 1 chance. But you understand me? When boss go there online, they don't turn by turn. When the boss will make them move. They go work. Can't leave out the boss. Or say they depend on how where they go. No. They'll go from that side. That place go enter motor for there. And maybe motor when they enter, only 2 people they inside. Other 2 people not thief. Doesn't they go they'll enter. They'll go up there for that.
So if passengers see one bus they load,
motor they enter here and genuine.
No, if passengers see where they load, make them make sure say they food that bus and enter the next bus.
They go front, so they want go enter the one. Maybe say if they blow they go for this area here. It not concern us.
Yes, no, no. I true that. We dey agree. It don't tell. Respect. Greetings. Passenger why enter bus for this Ibiwe. I go to know the confirmatory bus because of something wey happened 2 weeks ago.
We get pack. Now yes, that be our pack. Now they give us the motor they load. So that anyone may do load for back. They no load for our pack here.
All those impatient drivers.
All those armed robber, kidnapper, now back now they for the go they load. Now here be the pack where they give us the motor they load. If they forget things, they forget load. Now here they give them back. They come here, we give them back.
Yes, also those people will be say that they do that thing. Now for first. New Benin. That's an allegation, no? No, it don't fit us on a first mini bus. Now they call the office here. Nothing. You know what you want to do one day, It not be say I not quit your cash, but that's what say he plate number not come day back, but he put for front and not see. When they don't push that girl through away, Now they pass that wire road. They zoom past it. That the guy come me say whether I know that motor. Now say, oh, I don't see the plate number. I say this motor not be this route for the work.
Hello.
But why did they thief minibus? Minibus. Now here you dey work?
No, no be at the work. I came out road, but when you go watch it for here. No, I came out road.
You know that driver?
No shake in a parking.
Oga, now you get this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the real driver of this bus?
I'm the real driver now.
The driver that be. Yes.
Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Because you know, yes, one day some kidnappers use this level to take operate.
I hear now.
Why you hide your face?
Sit down well. But like your boss be this?
Yes.
Sit down well. Now, why code not there your back?
Which code be that one?
That number.
They never do and come out now. I just spray my motor now.
Okay. Now they pursue all of them. Now they pursue all of them. They not fit back here.
No. Who back here? No way to go see now. Don't say Martin. No way to go see. Who don't say get make up time here? Don't be talking about my make up put on. You go no say
yes. Minibus not fit load for you.
You want that? You want that now? Why you go no say yes? Kaki not be leather. Make up pack on. Dirty. Dirty. Dirty.
This ring road, people they complain about this ring road. Now I don't go ask all those drivers whether the people, all these drivers who they work here, whether they know them. You know, say one matter happened like 2 weeks ago when they say kidnapper can't use minibus load for here.
That's what they talk.
But I know since then, that's why all of Mana don't
come. Now I make all of us day here. They watch. We wear uniform. Sunday we not still wear uniform. Sunday we not wear uniform. So once he look, make we see all those they are one chance. You know when the fair they happen before, now we fair pursue all of them.
Yes.
So now since they're not this side, they're not Papa the day before. Now they don't come this side. We'll pursue them. We'll go hold them. No worry.
No, what will be your advice for passengers? Because some passengers, now any bus they just enter, they just jump.
The thing is that's why we always preach about this Central Park. Very important. You see, but if they take that place now, they're not going to see one chance more to enter. Because we not fit there all the time. I fit there here now. I go here, say hold up there, I go that side again. Because these people now, and the time when they come, they know they come for daytime. Now in the evening, they come. Around that kind 4, 5. Now all those time,
they'll look and say all those security agents, most of them don't close. Go down. They'll york on, and all these people, they go get old man, they will get old woman, we go there inside the motor. And they go get old man, old woman inside the motor. So you now, even one enter, now you can't see old man. You see it the day, you see it the man, you go enter. And meanwhile, the people they want to perpetrate the evil now, they go there front. As they come up from where everybody there now, they will come to like say stop them, you go enter. The other go do like say stop them, go enter. Now so they can. If na here, we for the hold them.
But if na catch anyone now, what will happen?
If we catch anyone, I know 2 ways about it. The governor don't talk and now execution now for Ring Road. After that 2 weeks court now execution. So for me, you all know say we catch at the right time. They will see good evidence. They prosecute them. That's it.
Everywhere gallant. Any person went to anyhow.
It's anyhow. Thank you, sir.
Ilaklo. Alpha. Correct. I don't suffer, not be small. Or for say, I get sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business. However, Mona relax, no small, they'll soon the finish. Mona relax. They'll soon the finish. I don't suffer, not be small. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business.
2,000.
I see you now. Manicure and pedicure. Manicure and pedicure. I see you now. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. Now what? No, what did you do here?
They work then and now they ask me what they do for it. Now they give me work. I don't understand.
How can a mature guy tell you say you not get work? How many banana you say so?
I'm supposed to be here.
Because the banana from my backyard they grow anyhow, from my front edge they grow anyhow. No banana we scatter everywhere for Nigeria. You cannot walk on the price, I mean you not call they insult me. From my backyard they grow every 3 months now it they come out.
3 months don't reach now. Now tomorrow be the 3 months no you go.
Not the person here like how much this one?
Only 2 million.
That's 2,000.
Only 2 million now. That is the code.
I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. 2,000 naira.
You know where I am there?
The one with my backyard go Surat.
You know Surat make something. What did they happen? Also know you. But you know America. You okay? We never. I they see you all the time. That they admire your program.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Waiting they happen.
Never so be a disappear.
Who they drive the motor? Who they drive the motor? No, I want to know who they drive the motor. About so many one chance many bus not everywhere. Who the driver of the motor? Clear. Get the bus. No, some boys, so many boys go kidnap. All they show for the unit. No, I want to show for the unit. That conductor with the shadow duster, you know.
Yes, the thing is they work for check now.
You know.
The thing is now where this for the happen, you know those Oluku road. They say batch, you know they are better madam borrow me a format makeup. Before you know, when you give them, they say our batch is not good. Before you say, bypass. What do you say? Now so you know say mini bus the agent. It be like Zumile. When they mark guard, already help everybody where you see. Oh, mark your guard. Now you they show they help with your phone, your item, your phone accessories. You have go.
No, make the passenger mark the guard.
No, don't mark your guard. Not go let the hard way. Oh, not go let the hard way.
Passenger mark your guard. Oh, passenger hold your outside. Passenger mark your guard. Oh.
Do small.
Waiting they happen.
So far not be small. Or per se, I guess sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Are you the driver of this bus?
No, I'm the conductor.
Passenger, hold your guard. Passenger, hold your guard.
Airport
with this man when I see for this bus, my mind don't call down.
Okay. Airport
They cover your eye. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say you dey inside the bus. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say that you dey inside the bus. Passenger, hold yourself. Oh. Huh? I think say you not see me. You never hear say federal government of Nigeria don't ban all this sachet.
I never know why you not go stop company. It's supposed me if I go company now.
Okay, no, you dey talk sense. Before NAFDAC go call the arrest you now. May they go arrest the company.
The company and people may sell them for Mission Road. If they don't arrest some people, no, see where they buy again, no buy again.
You never hear say federal government don't give NAFDAC power. Any man, any woman, where they sell this sachet drink, make them arrest them.
No, I never hear. My first time when I hear them for your mouth.
Okay, it's not the first time when you hear them for my mouth.
Truth, I never hear them.
Say they don't ban all this drink that they put for sachet.
I never hear them. Truth, I don't feel like give you. I never hear them.
And where you they buy and they see they sell them?
They sell. They sell them.
Okay, Mission Road and company they sell them.
If they are ready, they stop a company. All these are
people tell us say they don't ban them, but they don't tell us. Me no know. My first time.
No.
If you go stop her.
No.
Who stop her?
No, Nigerians they drink all this sachet where?
We don't know.
You know fit also you don't know.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride down to Asan Southeast Local Government area to go look at Ikbede Festival. Yes, this is one festival that has to do with everyone coming together, home and abroad, to come celebrate the new season. Yes, of farming, cultivation, and of course of brotherliness. Yes, together we stand and divided we fall, and that is what Ikpede is all about. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. I'll be right back on the other side of Heritage.
This is Iridu community in Odwa, Esa South East local government area of Edo State, Nigeria. A community situated in the inner Esa land, suitable for the production of agricultural produce such as cassava, yam, and corn. This community evolved many years ago, specifically in the 1460s, during the reign of Oba Ewai, as a result of one warrior who was troubled with love. He fell in love with Oba Ewai's daughter. However, there was no way of consummation that burning love as a result of the strict mourning laws the Oba had clamped upon the inhabitants of the city. The warrior, whose name was Ohairare, decided to flee the city with his treasure. Ohairare and his chosen woman wandered on until they came to the southern bank, where they set up a lowly hamlet. Ikpede Festival is an annual cultural celebration honoring ancestors through sacred rites.
We are celebrating our Ikpede. It opened road for the big festival that is coming, which is Inobo. That is what they call Ikpede. The people of Ijebu celebrate, dance, cook. That is another happy day for us, for celebration, to open road for the bigger ones ahead. We pray for all our sons and daughters, home and abroad, pray for them. It's just about prayers for the good people of Ijebu and Ohodwa in general.
Ikpede is a river, a woman for the river. So every year we celebrate it. It's the first feast for the whole Ohodwa.